Good evening, everybody. I do apologize for coming in belatedly. I was home in time, but I sadly I wound up sorry. I just saw something on Twitter. Sadly I got, I don't know, sidetracked. There were a couple things that got in the way. I actually had a bit of difficulty just setting up my work laptop when I got home. So it all sort of piled up, and now I am here belatedly. Looks like the stream. Sorry, I don't have a health rating yet. Let me just take a quick look at that. It seems like it's fine. Um, but yeah, so I wanted to try and get a little bit of introduction here. I mean, like, I'm not going to set up the Warhammer 40K setting. I mean, we may do that a little bit later. I think it's reasonably well known, and the game does actually have quite a bit to just in terms of giving you information and such. In fact, I believe this game is featured in a Traveling at Night blog. Maybe I should try and find that just to give people some background. But yeah, I wanted to try and maybe manage some expectations, because there's a weird hey, Pugpork. Um, I I kind of want to, like, I I talk a lot about sort of viewership and um like just some of the other factor, like this is a really tough one, right? Because I realize that sometimes part of streaming is a bit of the person behind the stream. And so in some cases, knowing a little bit about how the sausage is made can sometimes be interesting. But this is a dated example, but like one of the many off-putting things of a figure like Bill O'Reilly was his constant reference to how good the ratings were. And it's just one of these things. It's kind of like if you do, I think academic work might be a good way. Well, I'll say academic work loosely. So I'm thinking like if you're a journalist as well, or yeah, no, I don't take attendance, Pugborg. I hope when you talk about personal obligations, I hope it's nothing too serious. But I don't like the idea of, like, okay, I want people to feel that they are valued for being here, but I don't want people to feel like there is some sort of obligation, or that, oh, I'm taking notice that you didn't show up. I think that's a really good way to discourage people from watching. Um, oh, very, very good. Feel free to share what you're doing if you want, but I also understand sometimes people like to remain anonymous on the internet. So yeah, anyway, it's a tough one, right? Because the academic, loosely academic example that I have here would be, it's really insufferable when people do some variation on, oh, I called that, right? Like they're reminding you that they had a good take or that they were correct on something in the past. I actually think The Economist's Style Guide, I believe the most recent version is Writing with Style by Lane Greene. I quite liked it. There's one really good one by Steven Pinker called The Sense of Style, which, if you like style guides, I would definitely recommend that one. But actually, I think Lane Greene's style guide's pretty good. I especially like the opening sections that sort of describe the kind of the history of the English language. But I would say, it just let the let the insight stand, right? Like if you were so right, people can check out your old stuff, or people can reference it. You don't need to constantly remind people of your own cleverness. It's a lesser form of sort of using kind of pretentious diction to show off. And this is one that I'm sometimes kind of conscious of. I realize this is like really far from Rogue Trader. This is eventually going to work its way back to like why I'm doing Rogue Trader and setting some expectations at the start. But I don't know. People seem to be able to endure the rants. But, I think it's fair to say I have a passable vocabulary. I do know some terms that people are maybe less familiar with. I don't know if I'm quite at the weather factory / fail better level where people are, learning new words every time they see a stream or something like that. But, I think it's fair to say, like, I like words. I like being able to try and come up with precise expressions or memorable turns of phrase. And sometimes that's a little easier to do if I'm writing something rather than trying to improvise on stream. But, it can be difficult to shake the assumption or the impression that you're showing off when you use certain words as opposed to, employing the best one available. Excuse me. So, to me, I'll make a very, if I'm talking about if I'm giving an illustration, let's say, I'll give a rough idea of something that I'm working on. I'll usually say I'll sketch it out for you. And that's because that's just a very natural way that comes to mind. Now, I could also say that I would never want is it G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe 707th of their name. Thank you for the follow. I am doing a big long rant at the start here. This is also giving people a chance to come in. So I do apologize if you are here for Warhammer 40K. It's some French studio, Rouge Trader? No, Alcat's Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. I'd actually do the start of this sometime back, but we're going to be going from the beginning. But anyways, I know this is a big, long game, so I wanted to try and set some expectations and just give people a little bit of an on-ramp to coming in. But yeah, when it comes to words, right, like I could say, a natural way that I would say this, I'll sketch out this idea for you. Now, if I wanted to show off, I could say something like, adumbrate this. Right. And that's roughly what that word means. People tend not to use that, and you'll probably get some attention if you say it. But, maybe I am just trying to be particularly clever to show off how many words I know, and giving this example right here. But I think we all know at least one person who learns words like that and runs to find every possible case they can think of to use it. And to me, I think it's an impulse to be resisted, while simultaneously not necessarily altering the way that you would speak. I think there's a lot of value in terms of using the words that you feel are right, and hopefully you'll hit more than you miss. Maybe you'll reflect a little bit of phrasings that work very well for you. And that's how you learn taste. So in any case, this kind of comes back to the idea here in terms of talking about some of the meta stuff. So I think a large part of streaming, I don't think anybody's coming here to watch my skill at games, right? I think usually it's the interaction. Maybe they like the sound of the voice. Maybe it's, I do a lot of games that involve a lot of reading, so it's an opportunity to not hear a professionally polished version of the reading, but, capturing a little bit of that feeling of maybe playing something on the couch with a friend. Whatever it is that people, there's a lot of people I know for a fact, just like putting on the stream and going to sleep. And hey, look, concurrent music, concurrent view. I really appreciate the people who do that. But yeah, with that in mind, I'm spending like 10 minutes talking about behind the scenes stream stuff. And I always want to make sure that it's helpful or instructive or, when it can be interesting without making this, too meta and making it tedious to watch. So one of the things that I've observed for CRPGs, I've been wanting to do a few more of these on the stream. And the time that we've sort of run the experiment, there will usually be actually quite an encouraging attendance at the start. And I find that it drops off near the end. That was definitely true with Tyranny, which I quite liked. I was happy that I did Tyranny because I don't think I would have played it otherwise if I didn't do it on stream. But it does carry some implications in terms of, running through the full game. And I also happen to know that this is quite a long game. I also don't know what I don't really know what the appetite is for Warhammer 40K stuff. We've got a few people in the chat who quite like Warhammer 40K, but I don't know if there's a feeling across the viewers. So what I want to do is play things that people find interesting, but I don't want to feel too beholden to a given game, just as a matter of principle, right? Like if I'm streaming it for one person weeks on end, I don't really know how many people are served by that. So one of the things I remember way back when I first started streaming was somebody saying that they were always kind of discouraged when people would start streaming a game, but they would never stream it to the end. And I completely understand that feeling because, chances are if you're there, and especially if you've stayed there, you're probably there for the game. Oh, that's good to hear that you like the Tyranny streams. So yeah, this is the other thing, right? Is that sometimes the VOD stuff can be good to, and sometimes stuff that isn't necessarily working on stream can work well as the VOD. So, so, I wanted to be clear that I understand people's wish to see things completed. And I can realize, even just stating it very plainly, people can sometimes feel that that's, oh, they don't care about the games, man. They're all about pursuing the viewership. Well, let's be honest here, right? Like I don't have the numbers to be that worried about the viewership. But I just wanted to kind of be clear that this is a case where, because I know the game is quite long, I'm going to do my best to play it all the way through, but I can see there being some situations where there'll be other games that maybe fit a little bit better, or ones that, have a little bit more revealed, a bit more of a revealed preference for. So I think one of the ways I will try and divide the attention on it is, if it feels like I might kind of go back to the old format of like maybe doing a strategy game on Mondays or something like that. Or maybe this will be a game that I do once a day or once a week. So there'll be that part of the equation. And hello, Baron Snugs. How you doing? So that'll be the first part. And then how do I put this? The second part of this will be if I wind up in a situation where I feel like I can't keep going on stream, whether I take a break from it or, there's other opportunities to stream, I will consider. I probably can't promise, just because, again, it's a big time commitment, and those time commitments come at the expense of other things that I think people have said that they've wanted. So like, for instance, I think a lot of people would like to see, a tutorial for Book of Hours or lore videos on Cultist Simulator. And I'm pretty sure if I said to people, okay, well, I can do Rogue Trader or I can do lore videos on Cultist Simulator, I know what the answer to that's going to be. So the overall plan here would be, I'm going to stream this, and I'm streaming this with the intention of completing it. I'm also streaming this with full knowledge that the time it takes me to get through games, it is possible, even likely, there will be other things that come up that I want to take an opportunity to stream. And I will find a way to try and deliver the closure for the people who like it. But I wanted to just be upfront that I do not feel... I feel like I can play this the way that I play games in real life, like not on stream. And when we play games, off stream, we do not feel an obligation to play them all the way through. In fact, statistically, most people don't finish the games that they play. And so that's going to be a similar case here, while I also acknowledge that people want, do want to see something all the way through. And this just happened to be a convenient way for me to, to start at the beginning to try and set the table and give people a chance to come into the stream. So I do thank everybody for being patient with me while I go through that. And, I maybe just want to be upfront too, as like the viewership numbers are not going to be the only factor, but they can potentially be a factor in terms of how I weigh that, right? Like if it does feel like there's not much of an opportunity or not much interest in this, that's potentially a signal to me that people would like me to play something else. But as always, if you like seeing stuff like this, let me know. And if you prefer to see something different, like as always, it's nice if people are respectful in the way that they say it, preferably something that's not, hey, idiot, stop playing such and such a game. But, just letting me know what's working and what's not. It's helpful because otherwise I'm relying on the noisy message of who's watching. I'm not reading all that. Immediately get discontinued. That's what I got. All right. So, opening question. How many of you are familiar with the Warhammer 40k universe? Because I'm pleasantly surprised sometimes by how who knows it and who doesn't. Very, very familiar. Okay. Actually, here's one for the... I think Baron Snugs will get this. I did talk about this the first time I played this on stream, but I'm going to guess I'm being overwhelmed by the volume for the game. Does anyone know the Inquisitor name from the Inquisitor name in the original Rogue Trader source book? Oh, we don't get to see the... Actually, let's maybe get a level here. This is okay for everyone. I was actually playing in a private session before, so we're gonna delete all of these. But yeah, so does anyone, just to repeat the question from before, is anybody familiar with the FSR? Rogue Trader was the only entry in the TTRPG that I didn't play right. Yeah. So, and the Rogue Trader I'm referring to is actually the original, it's the original, product that has the, that introduced the Warhammer 40k Warhammer 40k setting. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm rather sorry that the music goes away in the background, but just for interest, we're going to go to our old friend Wikipedia, because some of this is kind of fun. Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader is the first edition rules sourcebook for the Warhammer 40,000 miniature wargame by Games Workshop. The subtitle Rogue Trader was dropped in subsequent editions. Oh, interesting. I thought it was Rogue Trader. It might be in the Warhammer 40k entry. Rick Priestley joined Citadel Miniatures, a company started with support from Games Workshop that produced miniature figurines for use in Dungeons & Dragons. Brian Ansell, the manager of Citadel, asked Priestley to develop a fantasy... Okay, we don't need... Oh, here we go. Warhammer 40,000 was an evolution of this taken to the opposite extreme. Since before working at Games Workshop, Priestley had been developing a spaceship combat tabletop game called Rogue Trader, which mixed science fiction with classic fantasy elements. Priestley integrated many elements of the lore of Rogue Trader into Warhammer 40k, chiefly those concerning space travel, but he discarded the ship combat rules for lack of space in the book. Games Workshop planned to sell conversion kits by which players could modify their Warhammer Fantasy models into to wield futuristic weaponry such as laser weapons. But eventually Games Workshop decided to create a dedicated line of models for 40,000. However, certain models of Chaos Demons can be used for both Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy or its successor, Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Initially, Priestley's new game was simply to be titled Rogue Trader, but shortly after the release... Before release, Games Workshop signed a contract to 2000 AD to develop a board game based on their comic book Rogue Trooper, so as not to confuse customers and to satisfy the demand for the Rogue Trader game, which had been promised since 1983. Games Workshop renamed Priestley's game to Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader and marketed it as a spin-off of Warhammer Fantasy Battle, which in many ways it was. And we have... Where's Space Hulk? Board game in 1989, so about 6 years after. All right. First edition rule sourcebook for Warhammer 40,000 miniature game by Games Workshop. Subtitle Rogue Trader was dropped in subsequent editions. We kind of talk a little bit about the basics here. Does it not say? Well, here we go. We can say the original reception. It's in the September 1989 edition of Dragon, Ken Ralston liked the setting of the game, pointing out that it has more in common with fantasy role-playing than with other science fiction games. Sure, there are spaceships, lasers, and plasma guns, but in Warhammer 40k, those marvels are treated more like fantasy magical devices than like plausible developments of modern technology. Ralston then wrote a lengthy article showing how this miniatures game could be converted into a role-playing system. He thought the mixture of science fiction and fantasy lent itself to role-playing, saying this choice of future fantasy theme has two appealing features as a role-playing setting. First, a future fantasy frees the game master, GM, from the challenging task of moderating and maintaining a plausible science fictional universe, and you can borrow liberally from the trappings and conventions of two popular adventure genres, medieval fantasy and science fiction, to create a fantasy campaign with its own peculiar and distinctive flavor. In a retrospective review written 22 years after the game's release, Roby Jenkins noted Games Workshop had existed for almost a decade before Rogue Trader was released, and their flagship game at the time, Warhammer Fantasy Battles, had already made their name in the insular wargaming community of the time. But it was Rogue Trader and everything that followed its release that secured Games Workshop's future as the behemoth of tabletop miniatures wargaming. Now, what I am looking for, though, is Clouseau. Oh, it doesn't mention it. All right, well, Rogue Trader, the manual, I actually showed the manual the first time I played this, introduced an Inquisitor called, I kid you not, Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau. Look, as you can see here, we've actually already got it here, but... Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau was the first named Inquisitor in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau is described in the first edition, aka Rogue Trader, as an explorer of psychic misdeeds and genetic deviance, who is well equipped to a ludicrous degree and having an eccentric sense of style, like most Inquisitors. His name is an obvious combination of characters Obi-Wan Kenobi, Sherlock Holmes, and Inspector Jacques Clouseau, Pink Panther, for those of you not familiar with that last one. Describe his character as a fusion of all three. TDS canon, Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau appear. I believe this is spelt incorrectly, by the way, but appears as one of the exiled inquisitors during the trip to Camorra. He expresses hesitation with the Fjodpur's suggestion to not immediately kill the Dark Eldar, but eventually agrees to it under his charismatic aura. I don't know. Oh, sorry, text to speech. So this seems to be a fan project. Yeah, that's the proper spelling. As you can see, I'm one of those fake Warhammer 40,000 players who only does it for the money and the chicks. Anyway, this is the image as it appears in the original rulebook. By far, my favorite reaction to this, I think this was on Twitter, but I made reference to Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau and someone who may have actually played the original Rogue Trader. I won't mention them by name, but this genuinely made me laugh out loud when I heard it. Was now that's a name I have not heard in a long time. They did this like pitch perfect phonetic spelling of Clouseau's voice with the Obi-Wan line. So anyways, it was good fun. So for those of you not familiar, if you can find a way to read the original Rogue Trader book, it is a really, really interesting perspective on what became this like basically unstoppable IP. It did not take itself that seriously. And I mean, I like that sort of stuff, right? I think most of you know that I have a very silly sense of humor at times. And like Warhammer 40k is just full of just relentless misery at this point. And like it's why people find it compelling. There's like there's a ton of stuff that you can sort of write and understand in terms of why people find the setting so memorable and so interesting. But it is also interesting. I think one of the things for me that is so interesting about it is that you have this idea of the franchise today, right? The thing that makes so much money for Games Workshop, even if they are not responsible for the production. And it's interesting to see how it didn't necessarily start that way. Hey, the Eyes of Sin, how are you doing? Did you want to see Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau? Do you know who this person is? I feel like Eyes of Sin is special enough here that I can bring up the image again. Also, this gives me a chance to calibrate the game to voice volume. I think we're okay here, but do let me know if we're. But yeah, I think one of the things that can be very instructive for those of you who are like really big fans of Warhammer 40k, to me, I think there is something very interesting about how. How much do you know about Warhammer 40k, the Eyes of Sin? One of the things that I think is really interesting about an experiment like that, where you read some of that earliest material, is to see how those early choices you make for a setting, when you're figuring out, you're not married to them. That, Warhammer 40k is effectively the archetypal grimdark game, but they had enough place to be, they had enough room to be silly in the original game. All right, so I won't do like the full reading of everything, but basically, the very first Warhammer 40k product was called Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. And it was kind of an effort. I think it was ready to be published. It was like 86 or 87 was around the time that it came out. I think to a certain extent, it was like an effort to just be able to like deal with the overstock for, well, actually Battletech was more like, hey, we've got more miniatures than we know what to do with. Let's make a game around it. But yeah, Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader is the very first game in the series, but it's also very different from it. So first of all, if you'd like to know the art style of the original game, behold. This one says, image Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau. This is not an image of Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau. This is just an image from Rogue Trader. But yes, Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau is a renowned inquisitor known for tirelessly working to expose the misdeeds of psychers and occurrences of mutant deviants. So in the original game, it had an inquisitor. The first named inquisitor of the Warhammer 40K setting is a character named after Obi-Wan Kenobi, Sherlock Holmes, and Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther, which strikes, I know you like Clue, so it wouldn't surprise me if you're familiar with the Pink Panther, but this is, I do like this headline. He's still too powerful to be retconned. As far as I can tell, there's been no retraction of Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau from the setting. So there you have it. The fearsome and powerful Inquisitor of the original Warhammer 40K. That does not surprise me at all. I like Peter Sellers. He's a good actor. But yeah. So anyways, I do apologize. Probably don't need to spend that much time talking about old school Warhammer 40K, but I figured that would give some people a smile, and others may be a little upset at the inappropriate deference to the seriousness of the setting. Okay. Yeah, we'll turn on what we can. I do not have the Infinite Museum, which would be nice, but I'm not gonna I'm not going out of my way to put even more material in this one. So take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of the von Valancius as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigue, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Corynus Expanse. Oh, well, I mean, we're John Gamerson, player of games here, right? We got to go to Unfair. All right, let's see what these say. In the original D&D source material, the drawings of some of the monsters were just so very special. That reminds me of, okay, I have some stuff I'll link you after the stream, Eyes of Sin. I think it'll put a big smile on your face. All right. Normal difficulty level is designed for players unfamiliar with the base game systems and those who play tactical games and CRPGs infrequently. The stats and modifiers of enemies and the game environment are lightly reduced. So I actually don't mind the idea of doing normal. I think story might be a little much. This description here suggests to me I probably should be doing daring. Yeah. Okay, well, this already tells me, right? Daring difficulty level demands that players possess a solid grasp of the base game systems and extensive experience in analogous tactical games or CRPGs. The stats and modifiers of enemies in the game environment are balanced. This difficulty level is not recommended for players unfamiliar with the Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader system, which I am not, so the game has already told me, go down to normal, noob. And I am not even... Okay. I love that people include sliders like this. I am never going to play a game this way. I do not care about any game enough to ever mess with sliders like this. Okay. Now is a good time to get something to drink, put up your feet. We're going to take some time on character creation. I like looking at pre-generated characters for inspiration, but I don't think I'm going to follow what the game gives me here. So I've got Hecata, Soldier, Imperial World, Astra Militarum Commander, Feat of Greatness, Brand of Shame, Regimental Tactics, and Run and Gun. Darius, an operative. Ooh, I already like the idea of an operative. Oh, okay, sorry. There's going to be one more time that I go to the browser then. If we're talking about Battletech and art, I think some of you know what's coming up. Where'd it go? This is so weird. It's like linking one. It's showing one picture, but it's linking a different one. Oh, here we go. There we go. Behold, the fearless and violent mech warrior. Canonically, this is what a mech warrior looks like in the... I think they changed it later, but I do remember I used to link this a lot when people were talking about Battletech. And I was like, wait, is that the game with the stupid helmets? And then everybody's like, that's a neuro helmet. They don't all look like that. So I love this picture. For those of you that have played MechWarrior 5, they do actually have a character that has this helmet. It's a pool filter that looks like that. Anyway, okay, so yeah, operative already makes me tingly. So Darius came from a death world, a crime lord, apex of brilliance, shadow of torment, surefire plan, and analyze enemies. I will try and do something that like is mechanically coherent, but I don't know what the options are. Lament, warrior from a death world, ministorum priest, feat of greatness, grim portents, war hymn, charge. I can fix her. And Bardor? It's one of the village people? Officer? Oh, I think I can work with that. Imperial world, humanity's finest fellowship. Yeah, Draconis Combine would be the Japan-inspired one. Commissar Illustre. Oh, yeah, this is also feeling pretty good. I mean, if nothing else, I really should start dressing like this in real life. Abilities at all costs. The Commissar shoots an allied character with the pistol equipped in their primary hand, dealing 100 plus Commissar's coercion % of weapon damage. This shot ignores armor and deflection and always hits. If that ally is a Xenos, this always scores a critical hit. If the ally remains in combat, they gain the at all costs effect for 1 round. If that ally falls unconscious, this effect... Okay, but what does the at all costs effect do? Character deals Commissar's BS bonus Commissar's Fell bonus % more damage, gains Commissar's BS bonus Fell. Man, it's too many rules for this game. Okay, anyways. Sounds like there's a lot of interesting characters, and we will have to find out who we are. Create your own very own Rouge Trader from scratch. The detailed customization process allows you to choose who your character was before beginning your adventure. With a wide variety of options, you can determine their appearance, their characteristics, and their combat capabilities. Now, I have some feelings about this. I always like to make a character like whose appearance is based off of the traits that I have, rather than start with images and like fill it in there. So I don't know, we can be like Golden Grandpa, or like Iron Maiden, or I don't know, Heavy Bolter Milady, or the guy who's definitely not a dwarf, or like she's definitely gonna step on me, or I mean, I kinda just want this for the picture. Yeah, see, these are all full of I mean, good lord, who wouldn't? I mean, listen, having a heaving bosom to look at like this for the whole... No, I'm sorry, I'm kidding, but... I mean, these look great! Look at... a bicorn? Come on! How many games do you get to play somebody with a bicorn? These are some great images. I do kind of like the fact, I think, which one was it? They really did just put the put the helmet over this one, didn't they? Okay, so here's what I think I'm going to do. A custom portrait. Yeah, I'll just put a photo of myself in here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to run through the character creation, and then I'm going to come back to the appearance side. Because, like, if I were to make a character based off of any of these, I would like start the playthrough like 20 times over. So let's go to Homeworld. So our options: Death World. On Death Worlds, the plan... By the way, people are open to... I'm open to hearing people's interests as far as the options go. I'll, of course, always have veto in my own sense. Of just... Because it's going to be... I'm going to be living with this thing for like 100+ hours. But I am open to hearing what people think are interesting. So on Death Worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. So strength, toughness, agility, and but at the expense of intelligence and fellowship. So probably what I want to keep an eye on here would be intelligence, measure of characters' acumen, reason, and knowledge. For each point of an intelligence bonus, characters deal 5% more damage with non-burst ranged area attacks. It also affects lore, logic, Medicae, and tech use skills. And then... Thank you very much for resubscribing, Lord Gloom. I hope you are doing well. For those of you who do not know Lord Gloom, in addition to subsidizing your entertainment, they are a broadcaster in their own right. It's kind of funny. I always kind of waver between describing Lord Gloom as an extraction shooter player or a card game player, and I think either doesn't really do them justice. Also a cat streamer. But I would definitely say, I mean, the only thing, sometimes you like betray how little you watch someone stream. Like I've run into people where like I'll go in and they're like, hey, yeah, you love playing like Crusader Kings 2, which I haven't played in like a decade, I think. So I try not to be insincere with that sort of stuff. But I think it's also fair to say that Lord Gloom has done like a lot of extraction shooters and card games. And of course, we contain multitudes, so definitely check them out. Originally, he found me through Cobalt Core, a wonderful game through Brace Yourself Publishing, but a broadcaster of many talents. What, actually, out of curiosity, what were you playing last? Okay, but yeah, the one thing I like here is it does sort of tell me what skills I'm giving up. So Persuasion, Coercion, and Commerce drops if I come from a Death World. Voidborn. Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become inured to some extent due to the reality-altering processes of warp travel and to living in lower zero-gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. They may even have minor deformities or strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. So they have fortune, they gain extra willpower and intelligence, but at the cost of strength. Oh, interesting. I did not know you were an Assassin's Creed fan. Hive World. A hive world's population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities, bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies and vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Astra Militarum are raised from their massive populations as well. Strength in numbers. Hive World characters gain bonuses when there are 3 or more creatures, allies, or enemies in a 3-cell radius. Higher fellowship and agility, but at the cost of willpower. Forge World. Forge Worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus, entire planets ceded to the demands of vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing super-complex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different Forge Worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of a Forge World's population is utilized as a labor force, whilst the unfortunate few may be induced into the ranks... the fortunate few, sorry, may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. So, forged for a purpose, we can get an analytic system which will increase critical hits, bonus armor or locomotion system, lower fellowship but better intelligence and toughness. I should actually be looking at the, there's a bit more. Right now, I kind of just want the flavor, though. Imperial World. An Imperial World is one of a million planets united by belief in the immortal God Emperor. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the Master of Humanity and the Imperial Creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are, nevertheless, part of the Imperium. All right, humanity's finest. So this is like a generic option that gives you the most flexibility. And finally, Fortress World. Fortress Worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress Worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. So, I'm sort of thinking maybe we want sort of a leadership kind of character, which would maybe suggest that fellowship is one of the features that I would want. So let's maybe cancel, let's say we will discount the ones that reduce our fellowship. So no fortresses, no forges, maybe a hive world, although I imagine falling prey to psychic powers may be a problem. I can see reduced strength being something I might be able to handle, so Voidborn may be interesting. Yeah, actually, if we want to go down the Fellowship path, Voidborn... Really, it's Imperial World or Voidborn. I don't know, we'll go for the generic Imperial World right now. So I can boost strength, toughness, agility, intelligence, perception, or fellowship. Well, I suppose this would depend on how I want to build the character. All right, so as an origin, Astra Militarum Commander. The Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium and the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. You have served as one of the commanders of the Astra Militarum Regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. So, we got a start of a leadership character here. Of course, one can be a religious leader as well. Commissar. I want that hat. Commissars of the Officio Prefectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of their Astra Militarum regiment. You used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of Imperium authority, regarded with a mix of fear and awe by their subordinates. In general or just in the game? Crime Lord. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours could not be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individuals. Surefire plan. In bonus. There is something kind of interesting here. Like, if you think of it, the Warhammer 40k universe is full of conformity. And yet the position of the rogue traders is almost like that George Bernard Shaw quote, all progress relies on the unreasonable man. So there is actually something kind of interesting is like, if you think of the crime lord, it's almost like a hacker archetype, except as an actual physical, because if you think of it, right, computing doesn't really exist the way that we think of it in the Warhammer 40k universe. And so, but like part of it is just, it's almost this like China model where like just this vast swath of humanity is able to achieve, the next best thing. Actually, for those of you that have read the Three Body Problem, there's a sequence in it where a guy basically makes a computer through teaching everyone to do the individual operations of a processor to solve a problem. So there is something kind of interesting about the idea of a crime lord as the hacker archetype you would get from more traditional media, but being adapted to the Warhammer 40k setting where it will all happen in the physical world. So that might be an angle we can go. Ministorum Priest. The ecclesiarchy, known formally as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of these fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping a close watch on your congregation. High willpower, high lore. War Hymn grants 2 times the number of zeal stacks, momentum. Then the Ministorum Priest gains WP bonus stacks of zeal and unshakable faith. Start of combat, they get WP bonus stacks of zeal. Yeah, I don't know what that gives me. Navy officer. I mean, come on. Who doesn't like a good bicorn hat? The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. You used to be a Navy officer and a commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. Noble. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. You serve me! The noble assigns one ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's next turn. Anytime the servant attacks a target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the servant gains +10 plus the noble's fellowship bonus critical hit chance against that target. That actually seems kind of interesting. Not quite where I was planning on it, but I do like the fact all of the talents are, you do something, you go on, you are next, you kill it. Sanctioned Psyker. Psykers are feared and distrusted, but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful, who sometimes survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals, are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You were one of those found worthy to serve humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp. Note, damaging psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting toward the normal attack limit per turn and gaining all the benefits of abilities and talents, increasing the damage of attacks. For example, a soldier using run and gun will be able to use damaging psyker powers twice per turn, and an operative's analyze enemies ability affects the damage of damaging psyker powers. I wonder why this one got the note as opposed to the others. And Arbitrator. The Adeptus Arbites are the implacable and unbribable keepers of the Lex Imperialis, the sole and sacred law of the Imperium. They exact a merciless and terrifying punishment upon any who dare violate the sacred tithe, the tribute every Imperium world must pay in the name of its continued existence. Okay, so we're tax collector. I don't know how all of you feel, but here's my short list of things I find interesting. Astra Militarum, Commissar... Okay, I'm going to do two short lists. So I'd say probably we can knock off Sanctioned Psyker and Arbitrator, which would leave me with Militarum Commander, Commissar, Crime Lord, Ministorum Priest, Navy Officer, and Noble. Navy Officer, braced effect to each ally in a 5-cell radius, lasts 1 round. Stentorian voice. Stentorian's a great word, by the way. Get off me! Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna spike the Navy Officer here just because I don't find Brace for Impact quite as interesting. I mean, a 5-cell radius is large, but okay, Noble. So there is something nice about having high fellowship and being able to boost the others. Use an ability on their servant. The servant gains +1 AP, does not stack. You go on. +2 movement points every turn. 30% maximum wounds. Temporary wounds, and you kill it. So I'm interested in this, but I'm not sold on this. Ministorum Priest. It's a lot of momentum stuff, which I don't fully understand. Looks like willpower is important. Litany of Purification. Whenever the Ministorum Priest uses Warhammer Furious Recital, each demon and Xenos in a 5-cell radius suffers direct damage. Litany of Hatred. Double damage against demons, psychers, and Xenos. Tenets of Retribution. Again, Xenos, demons, psychers, and Xenos. Emperor Protects. Maximum wounds are increased by the willpower bonus, and Flensing Faith. Bonuses against demons, psychers, and Xenos. Okay. Definitely not a win friends and influence people person, but I can see this working. Commissar, now, as much as I like At All Costs... Iconic sidearm. Shots with this pistol in their primary hand deal plus times ballistic skill damage, more damage. 1 for the enemies, 2 for the traitors. The effect of Iconic sidearm is now active when a pistol is equipped in either hand. Let them know fear. Whether adjacent to an enemy, their allies gain resolve. Motivation. Summary execution. When the summary commissar uses At All Costs while shooting from behind, the bonuses granted by the effect are doubled. And for the Emperor, I don't know. There's something about a series of abilities that are based on shooting my own people. As cool as much as I want to be a commissar and wear that hat, I think let's knock off. So we've knocked off Arbiter, Sanctioned Psyker, Navy Officer, Commissar. Regimental tactics, when used for 1 round Astra Militarum, and their allies do not suffer damage from allied attacks. Okay. And deal additional fellowship % more bonus to enemies that were attacked by them since the ability activation. Okay. I can see this working. Crime Lord is an intelligence thing. It's definitely very different from what I was expecting on. So perception and intelligence seem to be the... I mean, Minister and Priest is really interesting, but it does cut me off from potential allies. I think we're going to go Noble. Does everybody feel okay with that? The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. Crutun is not okay. What? Why do you dislike the noble? Yeah, so fellowship bonus, I think we can work with these. Also, more importantly, I don't need to... Oh, servant's toughness, okay. So in theory, if we went for that, we would... Oh, actually, we already went for fellowship. It was destined. Just bought the game. Oh, cool. I haven't gone that far in the game originally. Have you made a character yet? Because like obviously we're already an hour in, and like I've been babbling on about the setting and the and character creation and all that. But the thing is, like all of these are really full of character, right? Like it's hard to pick. Okay, Triumph. Apex of brilliance. Your strong presence and persuasiveness stopped a feudal war between neighboring systems. Illustrious glory. You were named planetary governor and survived, having made useful connections on both sides of the law. And feat of greatness. You had a rival house's reputation destroyed and its members exiled from the sector. I do like the viciousness behind that, but I think we'll say this was a master negotiator. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right, Grim Portents, the mysterious tome that was discovered in your family library, exacted a terrible toll on your mind. Brand of shame, you're a bastard, an illegitimate member of a family that immediately turned its back on you. Ooh, I do like the idea of somebody with a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. And Shadow of Torment. You were kidnapped for ransom, and your captors mistreated you up until the moment you were released. There's this negative effects. I mean, what is kind of interesting is if I went for Brand of Shame, that would also make sense if I did something like Voidborn. I think we'll still do Imperial World, though. Yeah, we'll do Brand of Shame. Although, realistically, yeah, I don't know. We'll do it. Archetypes. Oh man, yeah, this is the other thing. I totally should have built something around archetypes instead. All right. You can choose only one of the first tier archetypes at this moment. Archetypes are development paths that your characters follow. Each archetype encapsulates a unique set of skills and expertise and represents a specific combat specialization, from the frontline warrior to the indispensable leader preferring to command from the rear. Choose who you want to be in the grim dark future of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. So warriors are combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess, capable of dealing high damage in close quarters combat and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. What exemplar is sound so sick? Sorry, which... Oh! Does it... Mere survival in the grim darkness of the far future is no easy task. To thrive in it, a next to impossible one. But some manage to go beyond and become exemplars. Not only do exemplars possess extraordinary knowledge of their given archetypes, but they have also reached the pinnacle of mastery, transcending what is thought to be possible. Oops. Officers use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of their allies, turning them into even greater threats on the battlefield. Definitely, this seems to be the right one. Although we may be overdoing it in terms of like we do actually need to fend for ourselves in the grim darkness of the future. Operative is probably one I would have completely built a new character around. So an operative uses intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses in an enemy's defenses. None can withstand an attack from an operative. Core focus, precise single attacks, defense penetration, area debuffs, consistent firing position. Soldier. A soldier is master of all ranged weapons, quickly able to assume an advantageous position from where they stand ready to rain fire on the enemy. While well-trained in a highly diverse range of arms, a soldier is particularly proficient at blasting their enemies with burst fire and area weapons. Core focus, movement and ranged attacks, cover and dodge, burst fire, area attacks. And Blade Dancer. Blade Dancers are swift and deadly masters of the sword, specializing in delivering flurries of rapid strikes, able to sacrifice a part of their health to enhance their close combat capabilities. Blade Dancers prefer to avoid enemy attacks, either by parrying, dodging, or quickly repositioning before enemy counterattacks. They even have the ability to parry ranged attacks. Okay, so I think probably where we were building leads us to officer. So let's just take a quick minute to make sure that we know what we're doing. Keystone features, bring it down. The officer immediately grants an ally extra turn with 2 AP and no MP. If the ally is under the effect of Voice of Command and kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn, the ally gains an additional 2 plus the officer's fellowship bonus momentum. This ability cannot target the same ally more than once per round. It cannot be used during an extra turn. Voice of Command, the officer forces an ally to fully push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 10 plus the officer's fellowship bonus for 1 round. Additionally, all of the officer's abilities can be applied to the target of Voice of Command from any distance. A character who becomes the target of Voice of Command cannot be targeted by this ability again for 2 rounds. Finest Hour, the officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During the next turn, there's no attack limit. And until the end of combat, the officer's fellowship is halved. Oh, Desperate Measures. So I think that's like when the tide's going against you. Okay, so in this case, Fellowship, Willpower, Persuasion, and Commerce are what we're focusing on. Again, I think our Triumph... I think most of what we're already working on here aligns with all of this. Characteristic. I'm really bad at this in games. Like I definitely suffer analysis paralysis. It would actually be kind of helpful if it just gave me little indicators in terms of the things that I want to focus on. So Fellowship, Willpower, and in fact, I would argue probably Fellowship more than most. I'm not 100% sure what the willpower. Oh, does it limit me on... Yeah, I can't go any further. But you know what? That's not so bad. We've really invested on our best characteristics. I wouldn't say no to some intelligence. So let's think instead, okay, we've got our leader of men traits down. There may be value in assigning something. I would probably be ballistic skill rather than weapon skill, because we'll be leading from behind. I wouldn't say no to some perception, to be honest. And yeah, we'll maybe put a little into ballistic skill.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like
Crouton, or is it Crouton? Thank you very much for the follow. By the way, I don't know if I asked, but I'd love to know what character you wound up going with. All right, we have the sword class frigate. Now, Patient Fortune's not a bad name for a frigate. The sword class frigate is a classic void ship design, proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions: 1.6 kilometers in length, 0.3 kilometer abeam at the fins, approximately. Estimated tonnage: 6 megatons, approximately. Estimated number of souls: 26,000, approximately. The Von Valancius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship's size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, xenos, and heretics in the Coronus Expanse. Numerous von Valancius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the von Valancius dynasty. Oh, Pyropsyker. Interesting. All right. Patient Fortune's fun, but let's see what we can do here. We can get the Malefactor's Repentance. If we went religious, we would have gone for that. The Arcanum Lucidus. It's showing off that you went to college if you name your ship that. Fatum Audacium. Interesting. Daring Destiny. I mean, not a bad one. Although I guess my character wouldn't be the one naming the ship. Void Treader. Ooh. That's a good one. Patient Fortune came up again. Yeah, let's call Patient Fortune. Our plans are measured in centuries. All right. I'm slightly inclined towards going for this nobility one. Well, I mean that, or I can be the milady, but... What would be my secondary choice if this handsome gentleman was not an option? Well, clearly her, but... Actually, that's a pretty good nobility one. That's a pretty good nobility one, too. Yeah, you know what? We'll stick with it. I kind of wish it didn't reset all the things when I... Okay, let's maybe figure out body first. I was watching Amadeus recently. Kind of like the idea of going sort of Andy Warhol and making it seem like he's older. But... yeah, let's go with that. I'm probably just going to wind up doing something very similar to the portrait here, but I don't think it hurts to look. Too bushy. Never mind, we got it. Sometimes it's just stuff that you see in character generation that like triggers, you know, I was talking about the idea of potentially having a chip on his shoulder because of being abandoned by the family. But I definitely like the idea here in terms of the nobility and the fact that this character is like they have a role to play, and specifically that they understand that role from their triumph. I like the idea of there being as much attention into the little details. Like, for those of you, I don't know how many of you know about like Louis XIV and his levee, but like this whole idea that like you can kind of control the nobility by making them like follow fashion and be like spending so much time sort of fighting with each other. And this is one of the things I think is kind of interesting about history, is that you have Louis XIV, who kind of creates Versailles, and centralizes power. And it seems to me that he has a very clear idea in terms of what he's doing by sort of playing these different elements inside of France against each other and being able to achieve that power. And like the thing is that I think kind of the grandeur and the pomp of that court is not just about like having a good time. It seems like it's a bunch of like it's a bunch of stuff designed to get less sophisticated people focusing on the wrong things. And so you have a lot of rulers who are trying to emulate the grandeur of the Sun King without necessarily understanding the purpose behind it or the benefit. And you can actually kind of see to a certain extent, like as you move on, you get closer to the French Revolution, you see things like these huge periwigs are like they start shrinking over time. And obviously like fashions change, but you can almost sort of see this like decay in terms of failing to understand the purpose that these things, the role that these things played. And of course, you know, around the time where you have the French Revolution, you have these wigs that are basically kind of like they're like barristers' wigs. They're easy to put on and off, and you can really just sort of see this personification of wanting all the trappings of power, but not being willing to put the work in. And so, like, even something like eyebrows, like, honestly, how much time am I really going to be spending looking at the character's eyebrows? Like, not much. But one of the reasons why I like looking at this portrait and some of the decisions that I'm making here, like, I'm almost sort of thinking I want someone who has one of the most complex appearances to make, like everything perfectly into place. Again, not because they're some sort of dandy, but they sort of understand the power that comes from being able to get people wasting their time on the wrong things, or the importance that they have in terms of being an icon for others. Do we do tattoos? Nothing that could be seen by the common folk. It would have to be under something covered by the clothes. Just nice little heresy. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get what I want with the... It looks like the tattoos are ones that that would potentially be visible. I like the idea of this character having like hidden tattoos. Maybe like one under the skull. Nah, you'd never... Oh, here we go. Absolutely no scars for this character. Augmentations. All right. I mean, the portrait does have the eyepiece. Is there an eyepiece? Again, we're the nobility. We don't get the modifications you'd see on the hoi polloi.
For the glory of the dynasty.
Okay.
I am but a vessel for the higher purpose. To arms!
Lance batteries, volley! I don't need luck. I have strategy. This could be an opportunity. The best defense is a good offense. Engage
It's just
the
not
engines.
the noble kind of voice.
Unleash the storm of macro cannons. Blood and mayhem shall be our anthem.
Behold the time for a round of space regicide.
Perfect. Done and done. My supremacy is proven once again. Fire at will!
Fit for the Von Phalanxius annals. I'll see you terminated.
Yeah, we'll go for that. So I mean, I basically wound up going for the generic appearance of
Something of interest.
the portrait, but there we go. We made our choices. Ignatius, Seth, Konstantinos. It's a good name. Esteban, Finian, Aubrey. Aubrey's not bad. Sidoros, Sigmund. I should have gone with Aubrey. All right, Konstantinos it is. Oui, Jean-Louis. Revived. So we're playing. Well, I'm actually partially playing this because of Revived Snow. Oop.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
The only thing I don't like about the way that they do dialogue here is it doesn't give you a chance to read out the action. So the man who has approached you is gazing down into the depths of the vast temple on one of the lower decks. Choices in dialogue. You are in dialogue. Here you can learn more about current events, influence the character you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Available dialogue options are displayed on the right. Select a reply by clicking the left mouse button on it or pressing the corresponding digit on the keyboard. God Emperor. The Emperor of Mankind, the guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. The divine presence who sits on the golden throne of Terra is the heart of the Imperium. Towering over his willing servants as their rightful master, he is depicted and worshipped in myriad forms by souls beyond counting. Through his Imperium, humankind is united and remains one of the most powerful intelligent species in the galaxy. I want to just take a quick minute here. So Revive Snow has been doing a lot of Space Marine 2 as well as Darktide. Revive Snow is a wonderful voiceless camless streamer, fellow Canadian, and someone I really like seeing hanging out in the broadcast. So I hope you're doing well tonight. And for those of you looking for diversion, particularly in hours later than I stream, definitely somebody I recommend watching. The Eyes of Sin, I make either self-inserts or with my D&D character, I based her appearance on the circumstances. Unlike me, her skin is tanner, she lives in the desert, her eyes are lavender to reflect her Kansan heritage. She has deep scars along her left arm from her training with her father trying to subdue bright vines in the Aber Wastes and fending off predators from taking any of their umak, a livestock species of giant isopods, but I get really caught up on those details. I mean, I try to make characters who are self-inserts, but I just can't do that many romance encounters in a game. And I do sort of play these things for escapism. So I try to do like unattractive characters who are just like not really good at anything. And it, it's just it's the kind of fantasy that I don't always get to indulge in real life. All right, our option: truly an awe-inspiring sight. Frankly, such excesses can be tiring at times. All this ostentatious luxury is laughable pretense. It is enough to make one think that the architects meant to compensate rather than glorify. Have we met, or do you have a particular reason for disturbing me? Have we met?
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Voigtveer bows his head and focuses his attention on you. Hyperlinks. You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn more about them. The tooltips that appear can help you understand the world or the game or its mechanics. Words are highlighted when they first appear in text. Scroll up the dialog box to see the desired highlighted term again. The only thing I'm not super happy with, okay, that's not helpful at all, is, so it says here, subject to the Imperium with a unique hereditary title, Rogue Trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. Right, so this is the same text here, but if you click on the encyclopedia, Rouge traders are hereditary nobles, the bearers of a sacred warrant of trade that empowers them to roam those worlds of the galaxy that lie beyond the Imperium's control or knowledge. They are free to decide how to react to alien cultures, ancient technologies, new planets, or worlds harboring long-forgotten human civilizations, and are first and foremost masters of their own fates. So it's not obvious that there's more stuff to read. I'm not going to do every kind of reasoning behind the dialogue, but I think one of the reasons why I chose Have We Met is it's an opportunity for me to not commit to a particular view on the presentation. He may be trying to gain an insight into my loyalty, but it also allows me to potentially gain some initiative in the conversation by dealing with formalities like introductions and such. All right, Voigtveer bows his head and focuses his attention on you. Duke Constantinos Eos Venria Deval of Calaxis. You may call me Your Grace.
My deepest respects to you, Your Grace. A noble of the Imperium. It's been a long time since Providence last brought such eminent guests aboard this vessel.
Voigtveer smiles faintly, but you are not sure it is directed at you. The Imperium of Man, the galaxy-spinning interstellar human empire ruled by the living God who is known as Emperor of Mankind. Its territories encompass untold millions of stars and countless more human lives, united by bonds of species and by the overarching faith in the Emperor. Aliens and mystical forces unremittingly challenge the supremacy of the Imperium, forcing humanity to fight in endless wars. It's all the Xena's fault.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
You say I'm one of the Rogue Trader's heirs, so there's another candidate?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Tell me about the one whose ship, the one on whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that Her Ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Warrant of Trade, the sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. The warrant grants not only permission to travel beyond the Imperium's borders, but license to deal with pirates, mutants, or Xenos if needed. Rogue traders use the Warrant of Trade to conquer or colonize newly discovered planets, to gain exclusive trade rights with newly discovered cultures, and to explore the galaxy beyond the Imperium's frontiers. Lord Captain, a strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis, at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Lex Imperialis, the Codex of Imperium laws. It is believed that they were written down from the words of the Emperor himself. Each world may have its own local laws, but the Lex Imperialis takes precedence over them all. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor.
I know what happens, so this, I do like the foreshadowing of this line here.
Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Rogue Trader Theodore von Valencius. Move your character by clicking the left mouse button on a spot on the screen. A symbol will appear and your character will move towards it. If the spot you choose is inaccessible, the symbol will appear in the closest accessible location. By the right of blood, Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius desires to, personally meet with the person recently brought aboard her flagship. A storm is brewing over the dynasty, so the Lord Captain has something important to share with her heir, if she ever gets the chance. Follow Conrad. Conrad Voitvir, the Master of Whispers, serving the von Valencius dynasty, has graciously offered to escort the dynasty heir to the Lord Captain Theodora.
Follow my lead!
Is there any way to not run everywhere? Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects. Others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive object. Click the left mouse button on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover over your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Hold Tab to highlight objects your character can interact with. A massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. lay people interfering with the operation of the sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine spirits. In the name of the Omnissiah, refrain from further profane acts. Greetings, my lord. A candlelit altar with a copy of the 2348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Yeah, is there no way for me to do, like, not running?
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk! I'll see you terminated!
You have been ambushed. The battle begins. To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Click the button at the top of the screen to start the battle. Konstantinos, shoot, shoot, and don't let it get close. Or I guess it's Constantine, or whatever. Anyways, imagine a much more evil voice than I, All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell with the highlighted area and double-click on it to move the character there. Movement points determine how the character can move on their turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 MP. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. Alright, so... You serve me! The noble assigns 1 ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant, servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's next turn.
Already done.
The officer forces an ally to fully push themselves, increasing their characteristics by 15 for 1 round. Additionally, all of the officer's abilities can be applied to the target. Yeah, it's the servitor that moves next, so...
Not my specialty.
Ending the turn. When you are ready to end your turn, press space or click the end turn button on the bottom right of the screen. Well, that doesn't feel right. I feel like I should be doing the pistol shot. Now I thought there was a way to find the chance to hit. I think I'm just gonna stand and deliver at this point. Alright. That's all I got. You know, I made you a servant so that I could...
Absolutely not. All too easy.
Oh, that's no good. Your character's just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon and place them on a vantage point. Abilities and talents that improve the weapon skill characteristic will help you hit more often in close combat. For improved marksmanship, learn talents that increase the perception and ballistic skill characteristics. Gunrad, you're gonna have to actually start earning your keep here. So I definitely want to maximize the distance between me and the enemy. To make attacks and abilities in combat, a character must spend action points. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain AP cost associated with it. The number of squares next to the icons of the attack actions and other abilities indicates the AP cost. At the start of each character's turn, their AP are restored to the maximum value. To attack... Shouldn't they have told me this a little bit earlier? Click left on the single shot on the weapons at the bottom of the screen. Hover over the cursor of the enemy. A tooltip will appear showing you your chances of hitting that enemy and the possible damage you can deal on a successful hit. Left click on the enemy to fire. The amount of damage your characters deal depends on the parameters of the weapon they are using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and their enemy. When you target the enemy with a single shot, you will see two areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn unless affected by specific talents or other abilities a character might have. If a character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and will lose their remaining movement points until the start of their next turn. So, effective distance 80%, max distance 40. I'm not super clear on... Like, surely there is a way to get the probabilities out of these things. Alright, just keep doing your Agent Smith thing. Attack denial. Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule. Those can be fired at point-blank range.
Nothing of value has been lost.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Spread out. No one is allowed to enter the premises.
I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
The Master of Whispers gives you a curt bow. You can open the map to orient yourself. The wires in the servitor's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motive force. Tarantula sentry gun, constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Chiava Gamma. Lehman Russ battle tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortes Chthon. This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House von Valancius's valor will be displayed here at some point in the future. A violet alloy, which upon closer examination turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface.
Victory awaits!
A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. A massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. The stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue, as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. A strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been underwater. A gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Just pounding away at it. If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servitorization. The Grand Void Ship Temple occupies the entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens.
A new challenge for me?
The lifts carrying people around the decks move with a loud grinding noise. You're not going to go crazy, are you?
None shall stand in my way.
I know I'm supposed to go over here, but... oh, well, the game's going to force the point.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. Augmentation, a mechanical or electronic cybernetic substitute for biological limbs or organs. Replacements for damaged or diseased parts of the body, which improve on the abilities and powers of the human body and even extend life. All members of the Adeptus Mechanicus replace their impure flesh with sacred technology, but for most others, a bionic replacement is more often a necessity due to injury or occupation. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valancius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of an impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons. Data slate, an electronic digital storage device similar to a tablet computer.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer.
The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive.
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say. But attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Passive skill tests. Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test. So one of the challenges I have with RPGs like this is usually when you've succeeded in a secret test, you kind of automatically go for those options, but let's see what our options are. So, Lorzinos, those spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in Xeno worship. Warp, there are ways to confirm what is happening on Ion 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us an answer. Why should I concern myself with making this decision? These reports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interests first. No matter what means I would have to use, the riches of Ion 6 would be mine, or must be purged. Let's do Warp.
Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Yet you speak of several.
Psyker, an individual of any intelligent species who possesses some degree of psychic ability or powers. All psychers draw their powers from the extra-dimensional realm known as the Warp. As such, psychers, particularly human ones, are often at risk of possession by demonic entities, insanity, and ultimate corruption by the ruinous powers.
Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics, who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants.
Golden Throne of Terra, an arcane cybernetic artifact that encases the God Emperor's physical remains entire and preserves them using stasis fields and psi-fusion reactors. Though he can no longer lead his armies to battle himself, the Emperor still protects his people, watching over and guiding humanity from his golden throne on Terra. We are both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become anyone of our status to engage in petty feuds?
Even among his flock, not all are of a piece. I suggest you familiarize yourself with that fact before you are sorely.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Edelthrad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look.
So, why are you here?
Theodora's gaze follow him as he leaves, then she turns to you. I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that.
Clarity. A luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign. and bode death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with Fon Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose.
Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Bloodright alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name Fon Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the Navigator gives the signal to initiate the Void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
The Navigator, a sanctioned noble mutant whose genes allow them to safely guide a warp-capable void ship through the warp. All Navigators have a third eye on their foreheads, which enables them to guide void ships through the warp. Without the Navigators, there simply would not be an Imperium of Man, for traveling between all but the very closest star systems would be too onerous and dangerous. The warp. Let's try that again. The warp. An alternate dimension of pure energy and madness existing as a mirror to real space, also known as the Immaterium, the Imperium, the Ether, the Sea of Souls, or warp space. It is the source of all psychic powers and home dimension of the powerful entities known as the Chaos Gods and their respective demons. The warp also functions as the medium for faster-than-light interstellar travel for humanity and is rumored by many species to be the final place of the spirits of the dead. An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Cogitator, any type of digital computer in the Imperium of Man. Where is your ship headed?
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor.
The Coronis Expanse, a scattered, poorly explored region on the frontier of the Imperium, full of fearsome Xenos, treasure, heathen worlds, and the echoes of ancient doom. A scattered collection of a few young colonies of the Imperium, the Coronis Expanse possesses virtually untapped natural wealth, and its warp space is treacherous and unexplored. While rogue traders vie with one another for both known and, hidden resources as they strive to build their protectorates, pirates, Xenos, and servants of the Dark Gods terrorize the Expanse, eager to cast fear and destruction upon humanity.
I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Navigator? Translation? What are these things you speak of?
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars.
I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Annihilate them!
All combatants act in turns, and their order is determined by an initiative roll. The order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen from bottom to top. The character at the very bottom goes first, then the one above them, and so on.
Look out! That's gonna hurt!
My place is at the fore.
Stay vigilant. The glory of the Imperium! Out of my way! Death to the weak!
Just a minor setback.
Guides me.
Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind are marked with a shield, or a shield with a skull. When standing close to them, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side not protected by their current cover. So presumably this is the best place for me to be right now. Area of effect would sort of wreck me with Theodora, but she seems like someone who can handle herself. Alright, I can get Mort or Abelard to serve me.
Suits my purposes. I don't have time for this.
Okay, can't offer that to anyone else, so last thing I can do is fire. So it seems to me like this is the best option here.
Nothing I can't.
Critical hit. Your character just landed a critical hit that deals increased damage to the character's critical damage stat. Character's critical damage is 150% of their normal damage by default. However, certain talents, effects, and abilities can increase it. Certain weapons have their own critical damage stat, which is added to the character's total stat value during the attack.
Worse battles than this in my time. Reduced to dust.
Break their morale! Death to the heretics! Death to non-believers!
Positive effect. Your character has received a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance your character's capabilities in combat in some way. To learn more about the effect you have gained, hover your cursor over the effect's icon next to the character's portrait. 50 ballistic skill to the end of combat from Theodora. All combatants act in turns and their order is determined by an initiative roll. The order of turns is displayed on the left side. We already did that, didn't we? Okay, it's not enough to kill them, but...
Not a problem for me.
I'm sorry, Theodora. I failed you.
Weapon at the ready. Die!
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive.
You're not talking about me, are you?
Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
She looks at the box in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. Piece of technology used to communicate over short distances or to record sound. What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Find the Arch-Militant. The officer's deck is under attack by an unknown enemy, so the Arch-Militant Mort has left to clear the way to the lift leading to the upper decks. The officer has not returned yet, so it is time to find the cause of the delay. I'm concerned about the disrupted communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. We should have already approached the translation point and proceeded to real space. The massive metal structure never stops moving for a moment. Light bounces off the orbits and figures representing celestial bodies. Sorry, so I gotta go to the officer's deck, but it's not clear where the officer's deck is.
Follow my lead.
Hold on, Master. Just stay with us. Keep firing, you host. No cowering and no hiding. You see the traitor, you kill the traitor. The heretic's body is riddled with holes. An improvised single shotgun lies smoking in his hand.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Mort pulls his Vox from his belt and hurriedly reports on the situation.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
How many of you watch Futurama? This is reminding me a lot of Mom's outfit.
I have not yet received word from the Engineering regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
We must provide immediate assistance to those still on the middle decks. Perhaps then we might stop this wave from spreading.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously.
Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
Konstantinos, Theodora glances at you thoughtfully.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psyker powers.
I feel like there was a bit of dialogue.
Settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
Shall make do. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you're consumed by an unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. I promised you a special destiny, Konstantinos. It is time to fulfill it.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Ah, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warrant Chamber.
This void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred warrant of trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my masters sent me for. The warrant of trade.
I'll help you as long as you spare my life.
There's a good boy. Then go to the Sentinel at the gates of the Warren Chamber and fulfill your destiny. I had hoped to feed Edelthrat to the machine. He is the one who caught Theodora's eye, after all. But since procuring him has proved difficult, you will have to do.
Skill tests and dialogues. One of the available dialogue options requires making a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue develops. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequences will only become apparent later. Hover your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a skill test, and you will see a tooltip detailing your chances of success. The number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once your character starts traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill will be selected for each test. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Examine the device. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of Archaeotech relic. Archaeotech, an incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. Archaeotech is often recovered in the frontier regions of the galaxy, while the Adeptus Mechanicus is particularly interested in the recovery of such ancient technology and considers all such devices sacred artifacts. Some Archaeotech can be considered forbidden and even heretical. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With a screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. Examine the Sentinel. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of normal automatons. Look back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Look for anything that can be used as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight. place your hand into the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and pumps stir into motion. The vidscreen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass, the Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend that none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way.
The Warrant Chamber has opened its doors for the Dynasty heir. It is time to make sure the sacred warrant of trade is safe. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable.
Victory awaits!
Yep, that's a warrant of trade, all right. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade and bestow upon to be the paragon of humanity unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns through pain to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second passes, and you realize the servo skull will not answer you. Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game's story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating the status of your current objective has been updated and the new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking the left mouse button on the notification at the top of the screen. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your character on the journey. The Quests tab tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any quests you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps of your adventure. The Rumors and Contacts sections also contain important information. You will learn more about them later.
fools, or fall! Master, whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Conrad Voigtveer is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He's clearly serving the unholy gods of the warp.
Serving the gods of the war? Kunrad is a heretic. Oh, Voigtveer, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt.
Voigtveer openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
He hands you a weapon. You've received a stub revolver sword, armored body glove, and medkit. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Kunrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds of a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a med kit without passing any skill tests. Old injuries can be healed with a med kit, but they require the character administering the treatment to pass a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Use med kits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries that they have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medkit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicaid, or have taken the Medicaid skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a medkit in battle, a Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. Abelard can heal your character's injury. Left-click on Abelard's portrait, select the medkit on the panel at the bottom of the screen, and then use it on your character. Abelard needs to be standing right next to your character for him to administer the treatment. Hello, is it Diabu? Thanks. I think I got that from the tutorial. I generally prefer to learn stuff on my own, but thank you. You've got new items. All items are added to your inventory. You can open it by pressing I or clicking on the bag icon on the right side of the screen. Once the inventory screen, weapons, armor, and other items can be equipped or interacted with in other ways. Medikits can be used to replenish wounds or heal injuries. To equip new weapons or armor, open your inventory from I and double-click on the item. Alternatively, you can hold the left mouse button and drag the item into the slot. It will become highlighted once you start dragging the item. To view the parameters of an item, hover your cursor over its icon and wait for the information window to appear. Another way to view details about an item is to click the right mouse button on the icon, then select Info. You can switch between party members using the arrows at the top of the inventory screen or clicking the left mouse button on the character's portrait. Item descriptions contain comparisons with any corresponding items already equipped by the character. Alright. I suppose I can make this an alternative item. Armored body glove. Oh yeah, there's probably descriptions of these things. No, there is no lore related to the stub revolver.
What advice do you seek? This wound will make a fine... That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
I heard one of Theodora's voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the navigator's sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
What can we expect to find in the navigator's sanctum?
During warp transit, the sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Imperial. And for good reason. For the navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the immaterial. Only a navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Abelard does not bat an eye as he lists all the horrors that you are about to face. For the Imperium and humanity, lead the way, Seneschal.
Come.
Loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home! And with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Surrender to the dark powers!
Run, fools, or fall!
Let the blood flow!
Tactical phase. Combat begins with the tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions, but may try to take up advantageous positions. Select a character by left-clicking on their portrait at the top of the screen, then left-click on the cell that you want the character to move to. Red cells are areas inaccessible to the character during the tactical phase. Each character in the party may move up to their maximum movement points, but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. Press space to start the battle. Okay, so Abelard makes sense to sort of put as close as possible to the enemy. In fact, it may even make sense to sort of focus on the left side. I suppose maybe one thing for me to look at would be who's got melee weapons. Most of them, this one doesn't. So what I want to make sure is that Konstantinos doesn't get rushed. So I don't think cover makes a whole lot of sense here. I don't exactly want to pull them out of the battle, but It doesn't really say what my range is going to be, but yeah, let's do something sort of something with a bit of asymmetry. Your new companion is a warrior. Abelard specializes in melee combat and drawing the enemy's attacks. Charge is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon and is not considered an attack action. Use Charge to close the distance between you and the enemy to deal damage. Left-click on the ability's icon and choose a direction to charge in. If an enemy is in a direct path of the charge, Abelard will attack them and will still be able to use an attack action afterward if he has not used one this turn. Note that Charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more cells away from their target, so I actually made a mistake by going close like that. This character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to the enemy. To make a melee attack, simply left-click on the strike ability, then on the enemy you wish to attack. Unlike single shots, melee attacks hit automatically with no need for a roll. The enemy will try to dodge and parry the attack if they are using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. All creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on a dodge test, or a parry test if they are armed with a melee weapon. Damage dealt by melee weapons depends on the weapon's parameters and the attacker's strength score. Alright, folks, this is the second time. I really like figuring stuff out on my own on games. I understand people think that they're being helpful, but it's actually a really great way for me to stop playing a game like this. So I will kindly ask again not to be told how to play the game. If I have a question, I will very happily just share that with chat. Appreciate it, Balls970. I'm sorry. I know you're new to the channel on that, but it's a tough one for me. So I appreciate you taking it in good spirit. All right, Leroy. Oh, that sucks. Presumably, I could have done a slash. Characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. This can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of your party, can make attacks of opportunity. The chance to hit and deal damage is calculated just like a normal attack. All right.
It will be done.
So that removes the range. Obviously, everybody's sort of free to hit Konstantinos, but presumably Abelard can close the gap if anything nasty happens. And I don't... Yeah, we might as well do brace for impact, but... The combat abilities of characters differ depending on their archetype. Available abilities are located at the bottom right of the screen in the abilities panel. To read the full description of the ability, hover over your cursor over its icon and right-click on it. Left-click on the icon to use the ability. Before the ability is used, you will get to review its estimated outcome while hovering your cursor over a character or in an area of your choosing. You also see an ability's area of effect, and each character in this area will have a number displayed over them denoting the probability. Okay, let me just double-check that again. Left-click. Before the ability is used, you'll get a review of its estimated outcome while hovering your cursor over the character or area of your choosing. Each character in this area... Okay, no, I get it. So that's for area of effect only. If the ability's effect is guaranteed to work, the ability's icon is displayed instead of a number. When you are ready to use the ability, left-click again to confirm your choice. During your adventures, your characters will gain new abilities and talents as their power grows, and you can view the full list of available abilities and talents on the Features tab in the character menu. Alright, so... You! Serve me! Oh, too far. Yeah, so definitely a mistake to go this far away, but we should be able to fix this by moving. Although I don't know if we're going to be close enough to accomplish what we want. Kind of defeats the purpose of what I was doing, but I figure this is a tutorial, so
Nothing I can't do.
It's a good chance for me to learn things. And I don't believe I can do this because he's... Oh, no, apparently I can. Now, I could try Pistol Burst. Oh, the 30... I could see the percentages in the center there. Okay. 32% doesn't really inspire confidence. So 2 12s. Yeah. There is something... Oh, no, there's a 24 as well. Yeah, let's spray and pray.
Suits my purposes.
I'm just assuming Abelard's going to give a judgmental look.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Such is the will of chaos.
All right, well, this seems like an obvious candidate for a cleave, so...
Like the aftermath of an orbital strike.
It's a little something for my computer to think about. Can't really cleave... I probably should have thought this through in terms of cleaves, but this is fine. All right, so it seems to me that moving back is a good idea. I don't believe I can... Well, first of all, I'm too far away. I'm going to need to remember that for future.
All too easy.
Useless. Okay, I don't think cleave... Oh, no. But presumably we can't charge... Well, we can charge, but not, like, actually do anything with it. But I do get to move, and I think I get to do voice of command. No, I do not.
Nothing I can't do.
I'm more an executive combatant. So how much like XCOM... yeah, this is still the... I mean, I've been playing for like almost 3 hours, but most of this is just me babbling on about the setting and doing lore stuff. So yeah, I would say I haven't played the other Owlcat games. I know there's a couple Pathfinder games that they've done before. I would say definitely closer to XCOM than Baldur's Gate in terms of the combat. Like, I don't believe there's an option to do real time, for instance. Be careful, companions can get hurt by your burst attacks and area attacks. To avoid friendly fire, keep an eye on the trajectory of the shots in the area of effect or area attacks and melee burst attacks.
It will be done.
I'm doomed.
Already done. At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
I had absolutely no effect on that that battle. You can advance the level of your character and companions. Prevailing in battles, exploring the Coronis Expanse, and completing quests earns you experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on a character's portrait to open the level up screen. Each level gained offers your characters new progression options, which include new abilities, talents, skill improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character. Even if they are not included in the active party during your journeys, you can always increase the level later.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
All right, we get a new level for my archetype. At this archetype rank, it is possible to increase character skills. The higher the skill score, the easier it will be to pass corresponding tests. Choose a skill, so we can choose Commerce, Persuasion, Carouse, Coercion, Lore Imperium. So Lore Imperium would make up the deficit from Brand of Shame. However, Commerce and Persuasion are the ones that the game's sort of pointing me towards. So technically Commerce is the weaker of the two. I'll go for commerce. I don't necessarily want to spread out too much, but I can see commerce being a desirable trait for a rogue trader. All right, same story here. We can do athletics or carouse. I mean, this character is sort of tanky, so it may not be a bad idea to like let them absorb all the pain. Yeah, I think I'm going to do carouse in this case. I think one of the challenges here is I don't really...
Doubt is for the weak.
I don't really have a practical idea in terms of what a lot of this stuff gets me, so in this case it's just sort of a guess, but we're also playing on normal difficulty, so I'm assuming the game isn't going to completely it's not going to completely leave me in an impossible situation. The game that sort of I struggled with on this is the original Divinity Original Sin. And like, just to be clear, it's a very good game, right? Like it's one that has the reputation it has for a reason, and clearly Larian did quite well after that. But I really do get the impression that the developers have a clear idea of what they think a player should do. However, at least to me, that was not obvious. And I, especially because I played on a higher difficulty than I should have, I actually found it very challenging to get through some sections. All right, defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Left-click on a defeated enemy to inspect what's left of them. Trophies on, the right side of the trophy window go into your inventory. Such items can be used or equipped by your characters. Trophies on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can be later used to trade with various factions. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by dragging them over using the left mouse button. Alternatively, you can use the buttons at the bottom to mass transfer all trophies to the cargo or inventory section of the trophy window and vice versa. Click Collect All or press space to transfer the trophies from both sides of the trophy window to the corresponding windows. Okay, I figure we can put that to... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to need the sword. I already have one of those. Do I not get to loot them? Maybe this is just the other half of the... Last pistol. So, looks like this thing's better... Or so my stub pistol is better, so... Alright, I think I got what I needed. Zone map. Here is a map of your void ship. It consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will be able to access them. Left-click on the active part of the void ship to move there.
Watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
And we'll see if the Navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
I'm actually a little curious because it seems like there's a couple people who are familiar with the game in here, and I actually think that there is a someone who went for a Psyker. So I'll confess, Psykers have always been sort of the least interesting to me in Warhammer 40k. That doesn't mean that like they're uninteresting, just there's other things that I find out of it. But I'm kind of curious what people think about Idira, because I want to be a little careful how I say this. I think the voice acting in this reflects a choice and probably some direction. So I don't necessarily want to say that I think it's bad. But I even remember the first time that I went through this when it first came out, I really felt it was kind of scenery chewing, which is not quite the same as the other ones. And I'm trying to remember if I have just a prejudice against Psykers, or if there's something about this that just feels different and rubs me the wrong way. And I'm just kind of curious if there's a feeling that people have about Idira. Like, I'm not going to mute the dialogue or anything like that, but I'm remembering hearing this dialogue again. My first sort of reaction to it. Idira has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. To select one I always feel like the tutorial here tells me one thing, like, it tells me a thing like one step too late, right? Like, I had to learn how to draw the box with Abelard. Anyways, Idira has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. To select one character, click the left mouse button on their portrait. To select multiple characters, hold the left mouse button and drag a box around them. To select the entire party and issue commands to all your characters at once, press backspace. A fallen piece of debris that almost proved fatal to you. Without Idira's prediction, you would have remained in this corridor forever. Alright, destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting.
Cross us. I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Prepare for battle, get your characters into position. So I do remember with Abelard, well actually I think Abelard can probably handle a a charge for most of these. I'm going to try putting him here. I may regret it. And then Idira. This is going to be a little tricky because I think in both cases I'm going to wind up with characters who are a little closer to the fight than I want. We'll put Idira over here, and I'll bravely put Konstantinos. Right. Idira's ability. Idira is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies the exploit effect to all enemies within the operative's line of sight at the start of each of the operative's turns. The operative can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of the effect. The higher the operative's intelligence bonus is, the more the exploit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploit stacks and the operative's perception. Idira is armed with special staff that allows a psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, you will encounter staves that only a psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. For example, you might find a staff that lets the psyker use Inferno, but to do so, they must first have the Pyromancy psychic discipline learned. Okay. So for warning, increases target's dodge, psychic shriek, which will remove my damage.
I'm not so sure.
One enemy, sorry. Okay. Now, Lightning Arc. One creature within a 10-cell radius chains up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius. So ideally... Yeah, so I think the best one here is to try and take out the melee that's going to disrupt me.
On it.
Danger, Will Robinson. Veil Degradation. When Psychers reach deeper into the warp to power their abilities, there is always a chance of the Empyrean bleeding into our reality, a factor that is invariably destructive and damaging. At the beginning of combat, Veil Degradation usually starts at 0. Veil Degradation increases by 1 for each use of a minor psychic power, and by 3 for each use of a major psychic power. It decreases by 1 each round. Yeah, I don't think I want to mess with the Veil in this case. I'm a bit worried about the Heretic Psyker, but the idea here is that we'll work down these folks. Abelard, show me what you got.
Indeed. One fewer target. At your beck and grin, used to
Okay,
dust.
that's exactly what I wanted. I don't think we need Brace for Impact yet.
Hold on. My ears are ringing.
Hologram. Ah, this is what I was looking for. You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions in combat before taking them. Left-click on any accessible cell on the battlefield to place the character's hologram there. Select an ability or a single-shot attack to see the expected outcome. The action will be displayed as if used from the hologram's location to let you assess whether you have picked an effective position for the action you are planning to take. The hologram also lets you see if the enemy will be within your line of sight after you move to the selected cell. Click left mouse button again to confirm your choice and execute the selected action. Right-click anywhere on the battlefield or press escape to cancel it. Okay, so we'll try one of the... Ideally, I'd go behind cover, but that's not really in the cards right now. And looks like the pistol shot isn't in the cards. But that's fine. That's not going to change out of any of these either.
See how
So
they respond to this.
you serve me.
Not a problem for me.
And yeah, that's out of range. So okay. I think it's going to be ranged in all cases, but
movement in the Imperial.
I think it's probably not a bad idea for me to... Oh, hang on. Just got a melee attack. Okay. I mean, I think I just got to deal with the... Hmm. 16 damage as opposed to 9 to 20. Yeah, well, I mean, probably roll the dice. Oh, not for warning.
Will do.
Oh, we're getting close to a
What?
scaring of
Light of holy terror! I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
Vespidius. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. Navigator, a sanctioned noble mutant whose genes allow them to safely guide a warp-capable void ship through the warp. All navigators have a third eye on their foreheads, which enables them to guide void ships through the warp. Without the navigators, there simply would not be an Imperium of man, for traveling between all but the very closest star systems would be too onerous and dangerous. Sorry, I think I read that before. Okay. This is a kind of an awkward place to do it, but because I've got some dialogue, I will. I don't mind going a bit later tonight, but I did start later tonight, and I have a couple things that I need to wrap up before midnight. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take a small break. It'll maybe give me a chance to refresh a drink. It's been really hot here lately. But yeah, I think the trade-off I can do here is I can maybe do a little bit longer of a stream, even though I did a late start. But I have been going for 3 hours without a break here, so if you don't mind, I'm going to get up, have a bit of a stretch, get a glass of water, do what needs to be done. I would encourage you all to do the same, but as long as you are willing to see more Rogue Trader, and if nothing else, maybe we can just get out of the tutorials so that on Monday we can sort of get into the real bulk of the game. I'm happy to do some more of that tonight. So I will take a quick minute here. Sorry for the sudden silence, but I'm just going to get up my break signs and all of that, and we will speak, hopefully no more than 10 minutes. Well, it depends on what it takes to get all this stuff ready. So I will see you all in a little bit. Okay, very sorry about the time that took. I didn't plan on it taking that long, but such is life. Good news is it has bought us enough time to kind of go through. Well, I mean, we'll do the time that we can, but I have a feeling I should be able to make some decent progress so that we at least clear sort of this preliminary material.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
What's wrong with him?
Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. The voice is coming from the Vox grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back onto the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming mouth-like pits.
It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
I feel like the writers really like the term myriad. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is a purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the Vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
The navigator appears dead, only the slight movement of his chest and the twitching of his eyelids let you know that he is still clinging to life.
A new challenge for me.
The door does not budge. Clots of viscous flesh have been entangled. Oh, hang on. Does Abelard have a wound?
Look no further.
No. Or hang on. Maybe he does. No, it's his augments.
Did you want something?
I didn't realize there were further trophies. Okay, it's the same psychic staff, so... And presumably... Yeah, scrappy autogun isn't really an improvement. And neither is the axe. Bunch of stormtroopers.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
The young woman called Argenta lowers her weapon and scans your small party with an intense gaze. Then she sets her sights on you. Constantinos von Valencius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. Ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the arch-enemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Chaos, a malign metaphysical force composed of psychic energy that exists in an alternate dimension known as the Warp. The gods of chaos are monstrous beings weaved from mortal obsessions and fears. These ancient entities of unimaginable power and infinite malice endlessly seek to burst into real space and lay ruin to it and its inhabitants.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation. So I suggest we all do just that.
I'm no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is the warrior of the Adepta Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your orders serve the Ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
What's happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
The crew need more powerful weapons for the coming battle. Maybe something suitable can be found on the officer's deck. The door is closed, but the lock looks intact. It can probably be opened with the right tool. Okay, that looks like an improvement for me. You've received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, open the inventory. You can either hold the left mouse button and drag the new item to a weapon slot, or double-click it on the item's icon. I kind of feel like it already covered this, but you will find and purchase new equipment often on your travels, so do not forget to update your character's equipment in order to make them more powerful.
None shall stand in my way.
The door will not move an inch. It is blocked. Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works on Imperium theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Coronis Expanse and the Calixus sector.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Is with us.
All of you will bleed.
All right, so there's one side of me that kind of wants to focus on this group with Abelard because of the range. There's a bit more on the right-hand side, so we'll set up Abelard over here. That's Constantinos, so he needs to be not there. I mean, realistically, maybe I can start over here. I actually don't know if the charge goes through enemies. We'll find out, I suppose. That's a little risky to put Idira over here. But I'm assuming she can sort of zap this group. And then Argenta presumably gets coverage on the other two.
Chaos guides me.
Oh yeah, I should have looked at the order.
Out of my way.
Argenta's abilities. Argenta is a warrior of the Adepta Sororitas and a soldier. She is an expert with burst range weapons and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. Run and Gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of her next attack by 1 action point. The soldier will also suffer a -10 penalty to their ballistic skill for this attack. Run and Gun allows the soldier to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack with them on their turn. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, critical hit chance, and critical damage. This effect stacks and lasts until the end of combat. Certain types of weapons let you make burst attacks. When performing a melee burst attack, the character makes several strikes against a single target. The first strike hits the target. If the first strike hits the target, all subsequent strikes automatically hit. If the first strike is dodged or parried, all subsequent strikes are automatically dodged or parried. When performing a ranged burst attack, the character fires several successive shots with different trajectories. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies that are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the central line. Burst shots are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. Be careful, burst shots can hit allies if they are standing in the direction of the attack, which is probably going to be the problem here. But first of all, let's do Furious Recital, get 16 momentum, then the Sister of...
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Not sure I like the odds that hit Abelard there.
Faith without deed.
I'll take it. Yeah, so this will presumably not restore my attack limit, so...
I've suffered worse.
Okay, this one's going to be a bit inconvenient because I think Abelard gets damaged from this, but... this seems better, though.
That is not my destiny. Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Well then. So these ones will be a little trickier just because of the range. I'm not going to be able to close the distance as quickly. But I do have some ideas on that. Types of cover. Full and partial cover gives you an opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full cover, indicated by a skull on the shield, reduces the chance to be hit by 60%. Partial cover reduces it by 35%. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attacks and area attacks and other abilities. Destructible cover has a durability bar above it. Single shot can penetrate through any cover. You serve me! I think I'm going to give the boost to Argenta. Okay, I mean, not great chances for anyone here, but this is the opportunity I have with Konstantinos. Okay, so Abelard can do his... Oh, he is really not going to deliver on that. I mean, I could try and do the charge, but I don't quite see the value in doing so if we're going to be facing the Cutthroat anyway. So everybody can brace for impact. I thought this might act as cover, but apparently it doesn't. I'm trying to focus on the ones who have ranged weapons, but I'm also trying to make sure that I don't expose our... I'm not going to be able to clear everyone out in one go, so...
Doubt is for the weak. Each strike is a prayer.
Okay, that works for me. I should probably be taking advantage of run and gun more, but in this case, we can wait it out. The fact that everybody's piling in on Abelard isn't a hardship here.
Death to non-believers! I serve the ruinous powers!
Okay, so the smart move would be over here. The only catch is the friendly fire. The alternative would be to try and move more aggressively. So if I just expose myself like this... it shreds the range, so I think that's a risk I'm willing to take.
On it.
Momentum special combat resource required for using a unique ability called Heroic Acts. Okay, so presumably that would be in the options.
Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
I helped.
It will be done. I'm not interested.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Okay, just gonna double check a couple things here. So
I'll do it.
We'll do run and gun. You're joking.
Eradicated. As the Emperor commands. When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
I don't think we need any of this stuff here. An exact replica of the Von Valancius void ship sits on the pedestal. Labels indicate the main compartments and decks of the vessel. Titles and authors are printed in Go... Oh, we've already read that one. I know we need to save the ship, but I mean, loot, come on. The cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere, and dark stains cover the floor and the upholstery.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The cogitator is silent. It seems the machine's spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force. To open the door, click on the icon above the cogitator. The character with the highest logic will make the skill test. If the test fails, the door will remain closed. A particularly bad result of a logic test can cause the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open.
I did fine.
Your character is about to make a logic skill test. In dialogue and during exploration, you will often make various skill tests, and their result might determine how successful your character's efforts are, make hidden dialogue options appear, or reveal new information. The success of a test is determined by rolling a 100-sided die. Each skill test has a difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value equal to or less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and the value of the skill used for the test. For example, if you are attempting a test with a difficulty of -10, your character's logic skill score is 40. 40 minus 10 equals 30. Therefore, to succeed on the logic skill test, you must roll a 30 or less. Any result above 30 will mean failure. Note that the difficulty is calculated from greater to lower values. The greater the difficulty value, the easier it is to pass the test. It is easier to succeed on a difficulty 40 test than on a difficulty 10 test. The higher a character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests. Skill scores depend on the character's respective characteristic scores, skill advancement on level ups, and any bonuses the character's equipment might offer. To succeed on various tests during gameplay, develop different skills for your character and their companions. Okay, more loot. Operator's gloves, bonus to tech use, and melt-a-charge. Not immediately clear who gets the gloves yet, but... tech use is intelligence, so we've got a 35, 30... Yeah.
It's about time. Done. I rise to the occasion. Excellence matters.
Logicked.
Done.
Okay, more multi-keys. I may want to change up the shotgun.
Victory awaits.
Oh, alternative weapons. In combat, a character may need to use different kinds of weapons, which can be prepared in advance. Open your inventory, and prepare different weapon sets. To switch to a different weapon set in combat, press X. Swapping weapon sets in combat does not cost action points. So actually now would not be a bad time for me to work on the inventory, because I've got like a shotgun and a few different things here. So first up, just taking a minute to compare. Yeah, so I mean, as much as possible, I want this character using ranged weapons. Ah, well, that's... yeah. I don't even think this really matters, but... okay. Sorry, I just saw the weapon use stats and I've completely... oh yeah, they're up here. Okay. Yeah, so this is definitely a melee story. I mean, I can equip the shotgun, but I'm not sure what that accomplishes. Same story here, I imagine. I mean, it's equally... Both of these are equal. I'm not sure I have a good argument for why I would equip the shotgun. The challenge I run into with the shotgun here is that if we've got a range... Last pistol gives me a range of 5, maximum 10. Shotgun gives me range 3 and 6. But if I'm at that 3 and 6 range, it invites the question as to why I'm not hitting them with a lightning arc or going in for the melee with the strike. So I don't think it makes a lot of sense for to use the shotgun here. I can maybe see the auto pistol as an alternate, or the shotgun as an alternative to the auto pistol. So shotgun has higher armor penetration, higher damage, lower range, but on the other hand, Unfading Valor kind of covers us for that. So yeah, let's go for the shotgun instead. Can anybody use this? Okay, presumably this is to like blow open passages. I'm sure Theodora will be very happy to find out that I've been looting her ship.
I better myself through my service.
All right, new officer rank. So bring it down. The officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with 2 AP and no MP. If the ally is under the effect of Voice of Command and kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn, the ally gains an additional 10 momentum. This ability cannot target the same ally more than once per round and cannot be used during an extra turn. Endure. Until the warrior's next turn, they gain 2 deflection and 10 temporary wounds. Adira. Expose weakness. The operative removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor by -15 plus exploits removed plus times 1% until the start of the operative's next turn. If this ability reduces the target's armor to 0, the operative removes only half the exploits from the target. And Revel in Slaughter. The soldier immediately removes the winded effect. Until the end of combat, the soldier uses the following bonuses. Winded the... no. Until the end of the combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses. 10 ballistic skill, 15% critical damage, 5% critical hit chance. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds.
A new challenge for me?
A fallen Stell has blocked the path to the lifts. You will have to look for another way to Ethelthrad.
I did fine.
Helmet. Deck officer's helmet. All right. The most logical recipient for that would be Abelard.
Follow my lead.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Benches and even the cogitator, torn from its proper place, are stacked in a rough semblance of a barricade. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valancius. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword. The other is raised in an inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
This is impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Over the roaring flames you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if they were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Conviction. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can help develop in 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above the rank Adherent. Your character's allies have convictions of their own as well. So we can go down the dogmatic path. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Heretical. Take my pain away and give me power. Or iconoclast. I will not leave my people in harm's way. Sure, we'll be good guy. You look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head, you see nothing but bellowing fire. Fall back! We'll go around.
Where did she go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
The Emperor favors me today.
want the loot.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
You led your people out of the fiery trap on the officer's deck and arrived too late to rendezvous with Edelthrad.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak, without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
Alright, still getting the loot.
None shall stand in my way.
It feels like someplace you should be able to go, but clearly not. Good work, Duck Enforcer. The generators hum softly. When you draw closer, your skin begins to tingle from the static discharges.
I won't tolerate weakness. We need to investigate.
This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. The generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests. Okay, I imagine those are going to go on Constantinos. A plasma conduit blazes with energy capable of powering a vast void ship. What a coincidence. We're on a large void ship. Okay. Logic, we're at 35, 30. Yep. Find Theodora von Valancius. But first...
Follow my lead!
I'm assuming the color... the odd, like, purple wisp. I'm wondering if this relates to the, whatever the chaos spookiness you generate when you do the activities. Oh no! Parlor organ with ivory keys yellowed by long service. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. Helmet of the Devoted Protector requires Dogmatic, which presumably will be one that the Lady Space Marine that Argenta can wear. I mean, it just prevents critical hits, so it's probably not really going to move the needle, but... Items and convictions. You have found an item that can only be equipped by characters of a certain conviction rank. You can open the character menu to see which conviction your character follows. Note that both your character and their companions have their own convictions. You can check what conviction a character adheres to on the biography tab in the character menu. Convictions change in direction and rank based on how the game's story develops and during important plot decisions. Let's take a quick look. Iconoclast, belief in the value of human life and freedom, faith in the power of goodwill capable of overcoming the horrors and dangers of the universe without the need for artificial prohibitions, the desire to seek out common ground and compromise rather than uncompromising destruction. This isn't a Warhammer 40k trait. Dogmatic belief in the holiness and infallibility of the laws of the Imperium, adherence to the precepts of the God Emperor and the Holy Chosen Ones, carrying out his will to the ignorant and unruly masses, unfettered hatred of the enemies of mankind, be they traitors, heretics, xenos, or servants of chaos. And heretical devotion to the corruption and taint of the warp through total submission to the basest and darkest impulses of the soul, or constant worship of the ancient gods of the Immaterium. Looks like it tells us a bit more. So rank 1 follower. When one of the conviction... No, this is all the same. Although I am curious, above the thundering guns, the rogue trader and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Abelard is 2 iconoclast, 1 dogmatic. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Idira is heretical. Generally, sorry, I should probably take it here. Nope. Devotion to the crow. Oh yeah, we read this. So, the Sister of Battle having a high dogmatic trait. Who would have known?
A new challenge for me?
This really feels like it should have a description in it, but. Oh, no. Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
Adeptus Sororitas, the devout warriors who serve as the militant arm of the Adeptus Ministorum. Also known as the Sisters of Battle, the warriors of the Adeptus Sororitas believe their faith to be a weapon far stronger than any steel. They strike their foes down with the holy trinity of Bolter, Flamer, and Melta, fearlessly striding into battle, chanting hymns of praise and calling upon the Emperor to aid them.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Say nothing.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. The rogue trader's life was ended by an auto-pistol shot. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Idira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Inspect the shards by the desk. It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium, a broad term for combustible fuel in the Imperium of Man. Idira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rykad system. One of my acolytes, Interrogator Henrix van Kalox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Furibundus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator Van Kalox's activities on Rykad Marnaris is of no concern to you. If required, Von Kalox himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you, XC. It sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valancius, signed it with the seal of one of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. The Inquisition, the secret organization tasked with hunting down the myriad threats to the stability of the Imperium and all mankind. The Inquisition uses any and all means to exterminate the corruption caused by the forces of chaos, heretics, mutants, or aliens. Any of the Imperium's many fighting forces may be pressed into the service of an Inquisitor. The greater the perceived threat to humanity, the greater are the forces gathered to fight it. Examine the Archmilitant's body. An auto-pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Arch-Militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. We'd best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more. No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I should probably double check the equipment. Theodora's Rosary. The wearer of this amulet gains a 10 bonus to commerce and lore. I feel like that's going to be for my character again. 65 commerce is very high. Imperium lore would be Argenta. But I don't know. I feel like this is still the right call. And the Rogue Trader's Cloak grants +5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. So this is an interesting one, right? Like, in one sense, fellowship is sort of what I want for Konstantinos, but I don't necessarily want Konstantinos to be in the middle of battle. I suppose the question I have is, what does fellowship give me for the other characters? So in the absence of a better alternative, we'll just load up yeah, I don't see any value in the auto pistol. It sort of feels like there's a... Oh.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
It sort of feels like there's a secret that I'm not catching in here. I'll maybe just go to the other rooms, but...
None shall stand in my way.
I'm basically just holding down the tab key. I need the game to tell me what to look at. I think this is a slight drawback of just generally having very high quality games now. It's, if you play old like 90s games, it's clear what I'm supposed to look at. All right, this will be interesting. So it seems to me like we're dealing with a bunch of we're already dealing with a bunch of melee units. Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what % of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The type of armor also influences the chances that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. A character in light armor dodges attacks more often, but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively. You have obtained heavy armor. Unlike light and medium armor, heavy armor provides the ability to deflect damage. Deflection is a unique heavy armor stat that reduces damage taken by a specified flat amount. Heavy armor has a higher armor rating than medium and light armor, but also usually has a higher dodge penalty, making it harder to dodge an enemy attack while wearing it. Only characters with the heavy armor proficiency talent can wear heavy armor. Alright, so let's I'm going to start with Brace for Impact.
It will be done. Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
Okay, works for me. All right, so I should, in this one I need to be a little more careful on you serve me. So the noble assigns one ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant, that servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's next turn. So on its own, yes. Okay, this is important. So I'm going to give that to Argenta.
Already done.
We're going to boost her. But I'm going to do Bring It Down on Idira for the simple reason that I think if we zap the baddies with lightning,
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I should have done the weakness. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Suits my purposes.
And then this is going to be so that Argenta can get some bonuses on the combat servitor. Enemy status. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Click the right mouse button on the effect's icon to see more details. I think on this one I'm going to do run and gun.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
So that's a 39 as opposed to 85.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. You, my emperor!
I think we'll call it there, and then Idira gets her turn.
Was that you? Or... But of course. Be gone!
And actually at this point I think I'm going to do the forewarning for Abelard just so he isn't getting...
Shield us from this witchcraft!
You can gain a better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. All actions performed by your character, their companions, and enemies are recorded in the combat log in the bottom right corner of the screen. So I'm slightly curious about the... Okay, so just 1 direct damage to everyone.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. It will be done.
This one's going to get a little tricky, I think. Actually, I am curious if I move up. Still 32. I can improve it to 65. I don't want to be too reckless with my main character. Okay, that'll work.
My tactics are flawless.
And if I recall correctly, voice of command won't work, although I may be able to... Nope.
Nothing I can't do.
Will do.
Feels a little silly not to be able to do any attacks here, but I think that's exactly what I needed for this turn.
Not a problem for me.
Now that's 65 right now, but let's see if we can improve our odds by moving up. Okay, and if I get as close as possible, still 65, so I'll settle for...
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Anything else? What?
Their unholy works!
Will do.
Brace yourself, Abelard. Indeed. I took care of this one.
All right.
What advice do you seek?
Grace of the Oblivious. The wearer gains 5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Very lore appropriate. Available special abilities. At this archetype rank, characters gain a special archetype ability that can be used as a heroic act or desperate measure. These abilities become available depending on the party's momentum value. If momentum reaches 175, the heroic act becomes available to the character. If it drops below 25, then it may be time to employ a desperate measure. And... oh, we get a talent. Oh, Lord, there's a lot. Okay, this is going to take some time to get through, I think. So, Officer, Blood of Martyrs. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds. I'll maybe focus on the thumbs up first. So, Commanding Voice. Range is improved. I mean, range is nice, but I can fix that with... I think I can fix that with positioning. Focus. Whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to 4. These bonuses stack, but half the stacks are lost at the end of the target's turn. That would be good if I want to improve Argenta. Inspire Courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability, the first time in a round, that ally gains 4 temporary wounds. Personal Oversight. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, that ally's resolve is increased by 1 until the end of the officer's next turn. I can see that working as well. The officers... Okay, you know what? I need to find what resolve is. Resolve influences how efficiently and for how long characters can fight in battle. It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. Okay. I mean, I don't hate it, but... Sorry to do this. I'm going to do a quick browse here. So, temporary wounds and armor. Be vigilant. Weapon skill's interesting here. That would imply maybe I'm helping Abelard more. Decisive response. When they use voice of command or bring it down for the first time, this ability costs 1 AP. Whenever heroic act is used, the officer's next attack will cost 0 AP, but presumably I don't get a follow-up attack after it. Lasting impression seems decent. Leader's Assault is also tempting. I'm not really sure the Imperial world's one that I'm going to focus too much on here. Stronger Together is kind of tempting. I'm not 100% sure I need the extra AP right now. You go on 2 movement points every turn. I don't really want to spend that much time on these here. These feel like more generic ones. Let's focus on the ones that are the recommended ones. And I'm going to do focus here. Okay, Daring Breach, the warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains +3 MP until the end of the turn. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee attacks this turn. Good God. All right, so we've got Contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional 5 damage. Melee attacks deal an additional 3 damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. That one I don't feel 100% on because I want to be able to do Cleave. Warrior's critical damage is increased 18% against enemies not armed with a melee weapon. That I can definitely see being a good one. In Rage, if the warrior has less than 50% wounds, they gain a 13 critical hit chance. Epicenter of Slaughter, whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of each turn, the warrior gets +1 temporary wound for each stack. Okay, that is tempting, but... And damage deflection. I think I'm going to do easy target, though. Dismantling attack. The operative immediately inflicts +1 exploit on each enemy in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. Can even use a ranged weapon in melee range. This attack always hits until the end of combat. The target of this attack suffers a 30% penalty to armor, block, dodge, and parry. And we have fresh target. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, the attack deals 18% more damage to that enemy. Tempting. Instant exposure. Tide of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage, +2 armor penetration till the end of combat. Only applies to the first strike or projectile in a burst attack. Weak body, weak soul. Exposed weakness also reduces the enemy's toughness and willpower by -9 for 1 round. So fresh target or weak body, weak soul. I'm going to do weak body, weak soul for a start. And Argenta Firearm Mastery. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, they first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a critical hit, and the soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. We have Camaraderie. For each adjacent ally, the soldier deals +9% more damage to enemies. Okay, that's actually good to know, because I can actually see clustering, like the trio here. Exploit surroundings. Cover efficiency is increased by 10% for full cover and 20% for partial cover. Fired up. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by 1% till the end of combat. Rack and Ruin. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldiers gain 18% more damage for their next attack in the current combat. Rapid Reload. Unpredictable 8% critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of attack. Yeah, let's do Unpredictable first. I'm trying to select things that also reflect how I have used the characters in the past. The Void Ship Bridge.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue traitor.
Theodora von Valancius is dead. I found her and the Arch-Militant in her study.
God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
This is where I want to start going like the Godfather. You can act like a man! What's the matter with you?
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid you the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to your fate will you truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Meanwhile, you can see Kunrad Voitvir clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
out of time!
Ethelred bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Ethelred's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Voidveer, you duplicitous cur! The rogue trader's death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Edelthrad, don't!
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
Your Emperor won't save you!
Alright, I definitely have some ideas on how I want to do this. Alright, this is going to get a little funny, but... You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Right-click on the effect's icon to see more details. Okay, so I think the first one... Well, first of all...
All too easy. Nothing I can't do. Already done.
This is welcome. But it is going to involve moving her... Oh, no! I don't have the range!
No can do.
Oh, that's frustrating. I mean, I can try this one, but...
I'm not so sure.
No. Yeah, that was very poor placement on my part.
On it. Farewell.
And apparently I don't have line of sight here either.
I shall not fear.
Okay,
Anything else?
we're gonna just leave everyone in danger, and then we'll pile on the analysis on the chaos spawn. The sooner we clear the cutthroats, then we can focus on the chaos spawn, so...
At your beck and call. It will be done.
I don't think we need to do an endure yet.
My faith shields me.
Okay, I think this is a good time for run and gun. And at this point, I think we need to accept that... There is apparently no line of sight to... 38, that's brutal. Oh, it's because they're behind cover. Okay. Yeah, so there's no fixing any of that. That's fair enough. But if I were to go here... Alright, I like that.
Rejoice in battle.
Damn it!
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Momentum. To use the unique abilities called Heroic Acts or Desperate Measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. A high momentum value allows a character to use a Heroic Act. A low value grants access to Desperate Measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of battle, but every party member can use either one or the other only once in a single combat. Okay, I'm going to take another bite at the apple.
Is a prayer. Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Whoops!
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
My faith strengthens me.
It says 5 to 6 there. Yeah, so vanilla strike is sufficient.
Not a problem for me. All too easy.
I really need to get that weapon skill up because Argenta would be getting more bonuses if I was doing the damage. So I feel like I can't do the lightning, but I can analyze the enemy. Kind of need to be careful about the... Oh, hang on. I didn't appreciate that that apparently gets rid of exploits.
Just a minor setback.
Okay. Abelard still doesn't need to
Victory is imminent.
use too much. Argenta would benefit from going behind cover relative to the Chaos spawn.
endure.
I'll live another day. I will do my duty.
I think this is a point where we probably want to get the benefit from Endure. Hopeless! We are like right up to the limit on... Alright, well, this isn't what I normally would have done, but we need to cool it a little bit on the veil, so...
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
I'm sure I will regret this choice, but...
Stop mocking me.
Yeah, that's not good. You can use a med kit to restore your party members' wounds in battle, treat an injury, or get rid of certain negative effects. If the character is injured or suffering such an effect, if the character has a med kit equipped, its icon will be displayed on the bottom left. If no such icon is present, open your inventory and equip a med kit by double-clicking left on it. To use a med kit, select its icon at the bottom of the screen, then select the left mouse button on the character who requires treatment or their portrait. A character can only use medkit on a target they are adjacent to. Medkits can only be used by characters who have the field merit medic feature. Speaking of, position heal thyself. No.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
This seems like a very risky choice. Heroic act, an officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During the extra turn, there is no attack limit.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
He's been the most reliable damage dealer, so I figure 4 chainsword attacks.
Indeed. I will do my duty.
And then being able to stack on the... Oh yeah, sorry, no, we did pure attacks there, so...
Nothing I can't do. It will be done. At your beck and call. Suits my purposes.
Hopeless!
The witch has called to me.
The witch has fought. Leave her to rot.
Traumas. One of your characters has suffered a certain number of injuries. These injuries are replaced with a trauma. Make use of medkits in time to treat injuries to avoid characters suffering traumas. Removing traumas is a more difficult task. It can only be healed by resting on the ship or in certain other places suitable for rest.
Indeed.
So that was a really reckless choice to go in melee. Lesson learned. But
I will do my duty.
I also didn't want to add to the veil degradation going on here, so...
Pain cleanses the body.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
This is why I was chosen.
At your beck and call. It will be done. Not a problem, Bob.
I should have paid attention to the fact that I'm bleeding and toxin. I'm hoping the toxin isn't because I'm standing in a certain area. Anyways, there's not much I can do about it, so... We'll see if maybe we can get Abelard to save me, but I might die at the start of my turn, potentially.
At your beck and call.
Yeah, I should have done Daring Act. Immediately restores all... yeah, okay.
I will do my duty. Indeed. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
There is a question as to whether or not I want to help Konstantinos here. I think let's keep the pressure on damage-wise. That aim is atrocious.
By the manner of their death, we shall
Yeah.
know them.
Your character has lost consciousness, their wounds have been reduced to 0. The character can no longer participate in combat, nor can they be resuscitated by any means. They will regain consciousness after the battle and receive a trauma, which can be healed by resting on the ship or at certain other places suitable for rest. So there is a danger that we will lose here. But I think we'll be okay. So let's see what the deal is. Yeah, it's maybe not so clear to me why they seem to be taking damage.
As the Emperor commands,
And at this point I'm thinking maybe we need to change position, because the damage here isn't really really cutting it.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Okay, so if we move up like this, that's an 87.
faith without deeds is worthless.
So I should have done that much earlier, but...
My ears are ringing. At your beck and call.
I'll do it. You, my Emperor! None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we go.
Join me in prayer.
All right, Konstantinos. Available characteristics at this archetype rank. It is possible to increase the base characteristics of the character, which define a character's skill scores, number of wounds, hit chance, and many other aspects. Okay, willpower, character's ability to withstand the horrors of the warp. I think I'm still going to invest in fellowship. Ah. Hmm. Okay. Epicenter of slaughter is tempting. Yeah, let's do epicenter of slaughter first. I think I'm going to invest in the weapon skill here. Well, it's a tough one, right? Because the toughness would be... toughness would make them more tanky. Weapon skill... you know what? Maybe we do toughness. Okay. Yeah, I feel we got to go intelligence for that. Oh, lordy, can't you give me some recommendations? Okay, Edge of Fate, beginning of every combat cycle's allies gain 15%. That definitely feels very good. Aftershock is also tempting. I think I'm going to start with Edge of Fate, though. And Argenta... I kind of feel like Ballistic Skill is the one. Like, Agility is tempting, but... Camaraderie... I think Fired Up is probably... Yeah. Okay, let's see what we can equip people with. So, Gloves of Endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus to damage until the end of combat. I suspect this is the most fragile of my characters. Mantle of Heroism. So, each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20% until the end of combat. Tempting, but I don't think I'm quite ready to go there. And I also didn't take a look at the Grace of the Oblivious, so... Abelard and Argenta. I think Abelard would be the one who we want tougher.
I won't tolerate weakness.
crippled left arm isn't that bad.
He's dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. He was mutating right in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Fox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report and... blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
I'm ready. Begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
You are to blame for Theodora's death?
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal, the Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. Cargo management. Open the cargo management screen to learn more about the cargo on your flagship, the amount, the types, the percentage of cargo being filled up. On the Cargo tab, you can see details about the items packed in each cargo slot. If you need to use an item that is already packed, move that item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants. You will meet them soon. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising, given that their informant on the board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. What is on the agenda for the meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to bear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their lord captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voitvir? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may be still skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers! You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Constantinos van Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard? As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Ptolemy line, our new Voxmaster. Yep, we already did that. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our High Factorum Janus Stranok, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent the unextinguished fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. The machine god Omnissiah, a supernatural entity, god of all knowledge, worshipped by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The worship of the machine god, while it conflicts with the theology of the Imperial cult, is allowed to continue and even spread without hindrance, since the Adeptus Mechanicus is vital to the survival of the Imperium. The Omnissiah is the machine god made manifest, and the priesthood of Marvs believes the god emperor to be this manifestation. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the text priests, mechadendrites. Tech priests, the rulers of the Adeptus Mechanicus, they revere technology as an object of their devotion. They direct the endeavors of fabrication and lead the followers of the machine god in unforgiving crusades of ruthless acquisition. Mechadendrite, a tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetic surgically attached to the spine. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary White, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Whites has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigtvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. It is equally regrettable that two more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at the briefing, the Master-at-Arms and the Confessor Adalbert. The eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. And Mistress Sauerbach, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master-at-Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voidveer. All others at present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of the proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across the decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties have been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next three deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factorum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There's only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We've lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum of the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Reichad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially given true Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets, rumbles Ableford, frowning. Drivesmaster, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, these foes that set upon the noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. Machine spirit, a spirit believed by the adherents of the cult Mechanicus to inhabit and control any technology in existence. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engisir Prime Overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require replacement, and as soon as possible. I see. Thank you. The tech priest bows her head. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our Engisir Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. We try to set so much as a toe inside the warp. I don't know what'll happen first, our warp drive being torn to pieces or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed the standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. Navis Nobilite, an ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allowed them to safely guard wart-capable void stations through the Immaterium. The great houses of the Navis Nobilite are some of the wealthiest and most politically powerful nobles in the Imperium. They maintain their recessive navigator gene through selective breeding, yet it is more likely that the gene itself causes genetic instability, and mutation as a navigator grows in power and age. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as a new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come snipping around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. Nope, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. Just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside, and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a Green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to Void knows where. Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer! Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all, your lordship. That's not bad at all. Your lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Beside find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. So we can say, stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we endured. Execute him, or experienced Masters of Ordnance are few and far between. So for that reason he may remain in his post. I leave his punishment at your discretion, Abelard. 20 lashes a month for the next 6 months. Deprivation of officers' rations and privileges for the same period, with the option to extend. Record that in his file. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is a picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Engisir Prime and Navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. Footfall, the massive void port on the edge of the Coronus Expanse, and a notorious hotbed of vice, trade, and rogue trader intrigue. For rogue traders and their agents, Footfall has many uses beyond those of a simple port. They come here to learn about competing interests, find an array of illegal services, gather new recruits, or participate in deadly intrigues. It is also a place where a vessel can take refuge to refit and repair damage. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Ptolemy? We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid on the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. What is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Augur. Sensor technology that allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go onto the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronus Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC, Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Henrix von Kalox, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and to then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and he seems that he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you on a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it. Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is spinning. Something very strange is headed our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot exactly extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class? No. Not yet, anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. All right, I have gone well over time, but I think this is a good place to finish. I'm curious how people feel about this. My inclination is to keep going, and as I said before, the challenge here is going to be that I know this is a very big game, and that's going to mean that I'll probably have to take some breaks in between. I'll probably not like mainline this from start to finish, but I don't know, in general, if you would like to see more, if you'd like to see less, now is not a bad time to mention that. You don't have to, like, not right now, but in general, it's good for me to get a gauge in terms of how much interest there is in this game, just mostly because I can sort of adjust accordingly. And as I said at the beginning, I realize that people don't like it when people start a game and don't finish it, and really it's just the reality of time and the opportunity cost of other games that people can play. But my inclination here is if this is something that's really not working on stream, one of the things I will try to do is continue this on YouTube VODs. But it is way too early for me to talk about like not finishing the game. I just thought it would not be a bad idea for me to mention that this is one that I think it would be helpful to get some feedback on in terms of what the interest is. Okay, one last step. Let's try and see who is online tonight and give them a host. Oh, I know exactly who we're hosting. I noticed that Revive Snow is doing VR chat. So, oops. So just while we get ready to raid Revived Snow, I'll maybe just mention what's coming up in the next week or so. I'll be streaming on Monday, and I think my inclination is to do some more Rogue Trader. One of the ones that I'd probably do as a side game would be Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop, but we'll see. I feel like Rogue Trader is interesting enough that we can kind of carry on for a little bit. I will mention that I believe next Wednesday is the third Wednesday of the month, so I actually have 2 meetings that I'm going to now. But it is my birthday, and normally I have done a stream on the birthday, so what I may try and do is a stream on Tuesday or Thursday. But definitely there won't be one on Wednesday. We'll see how that goes. I probably won't do Rogue Trader if I do something for the birthday. And then Friday, finally, we'll be back. And again, because of the weirdness in next week's schedule, I think it's fair to say I'll do Rogue Trader then. So we'll have some CRPGs for the next little while. All right. That's it for me. Please enjoy Revive Snow's channel. I'm going to get some rest, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Until then, take care.